Order, October 1st, 2019. It is 9 a.m. Agenda items 1. Please conduct the roll call.
Supervisor McCowan?
Here.
Supervisor Haschak?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Here.
Chair Brown?
Here. Mr. Ward, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, sir?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, moving on to agenda item number 3, public expression. Anyone that would like to speak on items not on the agenda, please come forward, state your name for the record, and know you have 3 minutes.
Scott Ward, Redwood Valley. I'd like to speak today on the what I see as a noticeable improvement in the cannabis program intake and review. I think the fact that Trent Taylor and Sean Connell worked together to get some metrics and get some data and streamline the process is noticeably better. And I want to take this opportunity to publicly recognize a gentleman named Atlas Pearson that works there up front in the intake. He's an outstanding employee and represents well on the county.
Thank you very much. Great news. Anyone else? Public expression? Sheriff? Oh, okay.
Good morning. I'm actually.
Please state your name for the
Sure.
record.
Thank
Probably
you.
pull down. Okay,
Thanks
there
so
you go,
much.
Shane. Thank you.
I'm Cynthia Reiser-Jevons with Keep the Code. And I could either speak at this point or I could speak later when the item is on the agenda. Will I have an opportunity to speak at that time?
Absolutely.
Okay, then perhaps I'll wait then. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
thank you. Anyone else? Public expression? Seeing no one, we'll move forward. Oh, I'm sorry. I saw you get up there and then you disappeared on me.
Good morning, Tom Allman, Sheriff. September was something that is not to be celebrated, but it was something to be acknowledged, and that was National Suicide Awareness Month, Suicide Prevention Month. This is a shout out to our correctional deputies. As members of the Board of Supervisors, you know, running a correctional facility with people who are experiencing some of the most traumatic time in their life is a tough time. And we have worked through Captain Pierce, we've worked very, very hard to raise the awareness to our correctional deputies of watching for signs of suicide. Suicides in the jail, I could get into the dollars and cents part of it, but the bottom line is a suicide in the jail can impact a family in ways that the family thought they had reached the bottom with their loved one in jail, and now a suicide in the jail makes it even worse. I'm very, very proud of our correctional deputies. Over the last 16 months, they have witnessed 8 suicide attempts and immediately prevented the actual suicide from occurring. We have documents, we have reports, we work with mental health on this. But I want the public to be aware of this, of saying when a county, a rural county, runs a correctional facility which is built for 304 inmates, there's a huge responsibility here. And the responsibility rests on your shoulders. It certainly rests on my shoulders. It rests on Captain Pierce's shoulders. But the work that's being done, we trust these people to do their job. And as National Suicide Prevention Month happened, we discussed this at our command staff at great length of where are we going to make sure suicides don't happen. Now this morning at 6 o'clock in the morning, I received a text from Captain Pierce of an interrupted suicide attempt. So it's not commonplace, but it happens. And I'm not sure if you can really understand the significance of how much we appreciate, you and I appreciate, correctional deputies. But these men and women come to work at 7 at night and work till 7 in the morning, and they're on top of their game all the time. And this is a shout out to them. So thank you very much.
And I thank you, Sheriff. I was just reading some statistics with San Diego County Jail, and yeah, so I appreciate it, and I appreciate the work of the corrections officers.
Well, I appreciate that. I would put our correctional deputies up against any other county for not just their willingness to get involved, but their absolute understanding. Because of the Measure B training that we're doing, the Mendocino crisis intervention team work that we're doing is paying off in dividends. And for the coast, you should know that in February we're having the 24-hour critical incident team training that's going to be in Mendocino at the Presbyterian Church. So it's going to include certainly Fort Bragg Police Department, Mendocino, Fort Bragg Fire, all the fire departments, as well as our deputy sheriffs that work on the coast. So a difference, Measure B is making a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else, public expression? Seeing no one come forward, we'll move on the agenda, and I do need to announce that on our consent calendar, item 4U has been withdrawn at the request of the submitting department. So moving on, clerk, have we established proper notice?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Thank you. Right. Supervisors, any items pulled for separate consideration or being pulled for comment? Supervisor Jurdy.
Madam Chair, I'd like to just comment on item 4T.
Sir, please go forward.
Okay. So just want to give some background. 4T is an annual contract with Mendocino Coast Hospitality Center, and this is one of the first of the contracts the county will be signing that has language implementing the Margaret Report recommendations. The board's ad hoc committee on homeless action, Supervisor McCown and myself, spent a substantial part of last week meeting with county staff from Health and Human Services, as well as Hospitality House staff, City Fort Bragg staff, City of Ukiah staff relating to a different contract with Redwood Community Services. And we've put in this contract recommendations that the community asked for that were put forward in the Margaret Report. So for example, if people are traveling through, they're not to be given high priority for services, they're to be given lowest priority for services, and if people are not actively participating in programs to turn their lives around, then they would have only 4 days of service, and they would be asked to move on. So, so this is the first of many contracts that the county will be signing that implement the Margaret Report recommendations, and look forward to seeing some changes on the streets as a result.
Thank you, Supervisor, and I appreciate your comment. Many times the public doesn't get that full explanation just from the agenda summary. I appreciate it. Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull for comment 4A.
And that's A?
Right.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Let me pull it up again. 4A is the approval of nominations for different positions. And first I have my nominations for the Round Valley area MAC, and it continues to have 25 people at each of those meetings. Tomorrow we're having our first official meeting of the MAC, and so I hope that these are approved so we can get them sworn in and everything. And then also with the Mendocino County Climate Action Advisory Council or Committee, I see that we have a few more nominations to work on. And so my question is, if we have a quorum of people for the 15, if we have 8, do we proceed with meetings? So that's a question for the board.
Yes, but it's I would consider that not on the agenda for action. The chair will make sure, I will find out when that's coming back, because I believe we are going to be having an agenda item that's coming forward, and it's on the Second?
It's on the 22nd this month. There'll be a climate action scope item coming forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing that up. We'll go to public comment. Anyone that would like to comment from the public on the consent calendar, please come forward. Seeing no one, it is, oh. Megan.
Good morning. Megan McClure, Mendocino County Resource Conservation District. I'm here on Mr. Jim Donnelly's request, representing item 4B. Just a reminder that a proposal was submitted. This is just a formality to get your approval to apply to the grant. And it includes 4 components. One is to develop an agricultural component of the Mendocino County Climate Action Plan, which we anticipate the county will be developing, carbon farm planning, increase in participation in the Williamson Act. Last time that was done about 5 years ago, it generated $1 million of revenue for the county, as well as added some additional conservation easements. And the item number 4, which was an important correction to the grant as a result of our pre-proposal feedback, it says increase communication with diverse stakeholders regarding the coalescence of agricultural land conservation and sustainable housing development. So we've increased our participation to include some housing organizations so that we're helping to support smart growth. So thank you for your support.
Thank you very much for commenting on it.
Madam Chair, Tom Allman, Sheriff. I want to talk about 4Vs in Victor real quickly. 4Vs in Victor is going to take away a lot of stress during disasters. The Savings Bank of Mendocino approached the Sheriff's Office regarding what they could do after the 2018 fire. 2017 took us by surprise. 2018, we're a little bit more prepared. And the Savings Bank has donated a trailer with 50 domestic animal cages and kennels, dogs and cats. And it's, I wish we could call it a different name than DART, but Disaster Animal Relief Trailer. I don't want to dart any animals, but Disaster Animal Relief Trailer is there. So in our neighboring counties, Lake, Sonoma, Humboldt, and certainly our county, when we have a disaster, earthquake, fire, so forth, the Sheriff's Office will be ready to respond with a portable, for the lack of better words, an animal shelter that is going to allow our citizens to go where they need to go to rest, but know that their animals are going to be taken care of well. So I'm giving a shout out. This is an unpaid unpolitical shout out to the Savings Bank of Mendocino, because they saw a need. They asked what the problem was. I told them what the problem was, and a check was forthcoming. And I'm very anxious to get DART on the road, and we can go around and let our citizens know and our fire departments know, because when a disaster happens, we have many other things to think about, but pets sometimes prevent people from properly evacuating their house. And I'm looking forward to letting you see this and parking out front. And I'd like to never use it, but if we do need to use it, it's going to be there. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Sheriff, because that really was a need. And the Savings Bank has always been a great supporter, being a community bank that it is. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Public expression? Seeing no one? Supervisors, I don't know. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is one minor correction to item 4T, and I think it's attachment 2 in the footnotes. Supervisor Jurdy and I worked with the department to revise the description of the priorities of the homelessness cohorts that was identified by Dr. Marbut. The substance of it is similar to the what are called definitions by the continuum of care, but they're renumbered 1 through 5 instead of a 1A, 1B. That threw off the numbering in the footnote, so that the last line of attachment 2, where it says individuals in cohort 3 will be considered part of cohort 2 if it's a domestic violence situation, it should be changed instead of cohort 3, it would be 4, and instead of cohort 2, it would be 3. So that's basically an administrative cleanup that the director is aware of and is prepared to make. And then the reason that item U was pulled is there are some other relatively minor cleanups in language that need to be made that the department and the contractor are aware of and will be bringing back on the 22nd. One other change, where Dr. Marbut originally recommended that people who were not from Mendocino County, so out-of-towners, but qualify as homeless, would be given temporary assistance of perhaps 3 days within 6 months. The recommendation from the CFC had been 7 days. We're suggesting revising that in these contracts. It would be 4 days in 6 months or 7 days in a year. Also, we have some very significant contracts on consent, as we often do, and in the interest of time, I won't ask for further comment today, but in the future, I think it'd be appropriate to have an update on the whole person care pilot program, where we have a revenue agreement where we're receiving $1.1 million to help fund the whole person care. And then we have over $1 million in contracts from the California Emergency Solutions and Housing Program grant. And you know, in the future, these significant, and we have had reports previously on whole person care, and we did as part of a global presentation by the department on the California Emergency Shelter Housing Funds. But you know, I think the more we can do to promote these programs, it informs the public of what's actually being done. And ideally also, we would discuss what are the metrics of how do we evaluate what effect these funds are actually having on addressing the problem. Sometimes with Health and Human Services Agency funding, we maybe don't pursue the accountability quite as much because it's not general fund dollars, but we want to make sure those dollars are being effectively spent.
Okay, before we go any further, Clerk?
Yes, I just wanted to take a moment to confirm that we have received the administrative changes on item 4T, and those changes will be updated to the agreement.
Good. Oh, and also we heard a request for a correction to 4B, and so I would assume that would be included as well.
Well, let's take a look.
Or that's what I understood. There was a request. Perhaps we could ask the executive director of the Mendocino County RCD to confirm.
The only correction we have is that.
State your name.
I'm sorry, Megan McClure, Mendocino County Resource Conservation District. The only correction to the text in the literature here is that in conjunction with the Mendocino RCD, it says Natural Resources Agency, which refers to NRCS. So instead of saying Natural Resources Agency, it should say Mendocino County Resource Conservation District. But
Okay.
we have a coalition of 10 different partners, so it's not particularly, you know,
Right.
it's not critical correction. But my comments earlier were just to represent Ag Commissioner that couldn't be here today, and to just ask for your support and to be available for any questions.
But Megan did comment on the fact that from the preliminary draft application, which was part of the process to go in to see if you could move on to the next step, there was a change. But the change is incorporated in the document that you have today, correct?
Correct.
Yes. Okay, thank you
Thank
for the
you.
clarification. Supervisor Williams, did you have comments?
I move
sir?
approval of the consent calendar.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion and a second. We'll vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, moving on to agenda item 5A, or 5B, excuse me, discussion and possible action including approval of agreement with Vanir Construction Management in the amount of, $1,509,698 to provide construction management services for the SB 844 jail expansion project for the term of October 1st through 2019 through June 30th, 2023. The executive office is the sponsor. Ms. Rao, please introduce the item.
Good morning, members of the board. Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. This item is placed before you to consider an agreement for construction of the jail project. We have Deputy CEO Steve Dunnicliffe here to provide a bit of an overview and then introduce, I believe, our facility staff and potentially the contractor if need be.
Mr. Dunnicliffe, sorry, I didn't see you there. You were hiding behind the screen.
I am. Good morning,
Hello.
Madam Chair, members of the board. Steve Dunnicliffe, Deputy CEO. In 2013, the county began seeking funding for critical improvements at the jail. And in 2017, we were successful in receiving a $25 million commitment from the Board of State and Community Corrections, or BSCC, for a 21,000 square foot special needs housing unit for individuals that are severely mentally ill, those that have serious medical problems, and maximum security females. The total project cost is estimated at approximately $27.5 million. Construction management is a critical function in any successful construction project, and due to the technical nature of detention facilities and the extensive compliance requirements for BSCC and public projects in general, these services should be provided by an outside contractor. The construction manager, or CM, will keep the county's key cost and risk control, will be the county's key cost and risk control partner for this project. The primary task of the CM is to keep the project on time and on budget while advising the county of issues or conditions that could impact the successful completion of the project. Critical functions of the CM include review of the construction documents for constructability and clarity, to ensure the design is straightforward and uses the most cost-effective systems to meet the project requirements. Responsibility for marketing the project to local and regional construction firms and pre-qualifying prime contractors and key subcontractors is necessary to ensure that only fully qualified firms are bidding on the project. Providing on-site management of the work, including quality control, tracking of construction issues, change management, and commissioning of the building systems prior to occupancy. County staff made considerable effort prior to issuing an RFP earlier this year to do outreach to multiple construction management firms and try to ensure that we had a good response. Vanir Construction Management Services of Sacramento provided us with the sole response that we received. And non-responding firms cited the lack of qualified personnel as the reason they did not submit additional proposals. Vanir Construction Management happens to be the most experienced construction management company working with California counties and municipalities on detention facilities, and Vanir has direct experience with Mendocino County's project as they were involved with our architect, Nocton Lewis, in providing construction cost estimating figures. Vanir's initial proposal with an estimated fee of $2,657,000 included the scope that we had in our RFP, which was an ideal scope, but included services beyond what was minimally necessary. So through discussions with Vanir after receiving the proposal, it was agreed that we already had some of those services in the county's contract with Nocton Lewis, our architect. Other costs were estimates for inspection and testing services that are not normally a part of construction management services, and more appropriate to be obtained as a separate contract with the testing and inspection firm after the construction drawings are more fully developed. Additionally, at the request of county staff, further reductions were made to the cost oversight by senior management and their field and home office support staff, and ultimately these negotiations have resulted in the current proposal of $1,509,698 that county staff are recommending for award. This contract is structured as a time and materials contract with a fee not to exceed the contract price. As a result, the county will only pay for the actual cost of services provided to the county. The contract term is through June of 2023, which is approximately 6 months beyond the expected completion date of the project. Funding for the construction management contract will be from the jail expansion project budget, so the money's already been set aside. And that really concludes the presentation that I've got for you on this item. I wanted to make your board aware that in chambers with me today, we have the county's facility and fleet manager, Dan Mazzanti, our assistant facility manager, Doug Anderson, Captain Tim Pierce from the sheriff's office, and Deborah Marinozzi from Vanir Construction. So that concludes my remarks.
Okay, thank you. Questions, comment, board members? Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I support the project because I am aware that if we slow down, it'll end up costing far more. Part of our ability to keep the current prices to avoid delays to the project. That said, I do have a concern that I hope will be addressed at some point. The building has no exterior insulation on the walls. It doesn't have solar. I know the sheriff started with this plan of solar, but I believe this board asked for reductions. And we know that solar on new construction is much more cost effective than retrofits. And we're forming this Climate Action Advisory Committee. I think if we had them formed today, they would be screaming, how can you build a $27 million addition and not take energy into account? A $45,000 a year natural gas bill to heat a facility is really unacceptable. We need to be thinking about these energy and cost considerations up front. Further, I would add, I know there are staffing requirements that come with this. I don't see where in our budget for the coming years we're going to be able to fund that. We need a restructuring to facilitate staffing the new wing. And so I realize some of that is outside of the scope, but it's also part and parcel with new construction. We need to talk about the full picture. So I do support this. I don't want to see any delays, but I would like to see items come back to address the dependent items.
Yeah, and there was quite a lot of discussion about all of that in the past before you came on the board. So I appreciate you bringing it up again. Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, I also don't want to delay the project, but I've continued to get feedback from members of the public who are concerned about the building not having exterior insulation. It does have insulation in the ceiling, which of course is the most important insulation in a building, but to have a concrete building of that size with no exterior insulation, I think is a concern of members of the public. And so I would like to see some way in which that could be addressed as quickly as possible.
Supervisor Haschek?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with what Supervisors Jurdy and Williams have said about the insulation and the need for solar. I don't want to see a delay in the project, but I think that we need to start thinking about what we can do as far as solar panels on the parking lots or whatever to offset some of the energy use that we're going to be seeing with this. Thank you.
Supervisor McCallum?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm certain we've all heard the same concerns. We all share the same concerns, and yet to address them in any direct way right now would delay the project. I also think with regard to solar, it may be a better model to have solarized parking lots, so create structures that would provide shaded parking with the solar on top. That potentially has more benefits than solar on a rooftop, and potentially is more cost effective in terms of ongoing maintenance. But I think it's worth getting a response to both the solar and the insulation issues before we move forward.
Thank you. Clerk, did you have comment? Oh,
No, no comment.
okay, I just saw the yellow pen out. Thank you.
So
Supervisor-
we might ask staff or
I was
others.
going to.
Thank you.
Thank you. County Council, did you have any comment? No. Okay.
So
Mr.
if I
Tunnicliffe.
may, Madam Chair, Steve Tunnicliffe, Deputy CEO. So with insulation on the exterior of the building, there is exterior on the, or insulation on the majority of the building. Where we don't currently have insulation is in the areas where the inmates have access to both sides of the wall. There's insulation in the form of rigid panels, and we may have one of our facilities staff can come up and give a slightly better explanation. But there's rigid insulation panels applied to the exterior of the building, except in the carve-out areas where there's the yards, where inmates are on both sides of the wall, and there is no insulation in those areas. With regard to the solar panels, it's absolutely been a desire of the sheriff. He's been very vocal in talking about solar panels. Staff have no objections to solar panels. I think that at this point they are not in the project simply because of cost. The other sort of parallel track item that is happening, as your board's aware, there was discussion with Aircon Energy, and your board was very clear in speaking with Aircon that you wanted to see a proposal come back with solar. The specific conversation at that time was at the Yokeo Center, or some of the HHSA facilities. We've also talked with Aircon about having solar, potentially in a parking area or something close to the jail building. So with that, I'll give facility staff an opportunity to come up if they want to correct or fine-tune anything that I've said. But beyond that, I think that the biggest issue is funding. Trying to, the project has already been value engineered to try to keep the cost in scope, or at least relatively consistent with the funding that's available, and that's what we're struggling with.
Staff, does anyone have further comment? State your name for the record.
This is Doug Anderson, Assistant Facility Manager. I'll just quickly address the issue of the exterior insulation, which was deleted from the last iteration of our estimate, based on the fact that the energy studies that were done indicated that there was very little cost benefit to the exterior insulation with the 10-inch filled block walls, and so as a it's been removed on that basis at this time, but obviously it can be reconsidered if that's the desire of the board. The issue of the solar panels was early on was not included in the actual building project due to the fact that solar panels on the roof of the structure was not permitted by the State Board of Corrections. So we will have to find other opportunities to get those solar panels somewhere else in the vicinity or on a different project.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think Deputy CEO Dunnacliff by inference referenced this, but another reason not to have insulation in areas where inmates have access to both sides of the wall is the history of vandalism that, in incomprehensible fashions, there are some inmates that will just destroy something simply because they have the ability or opportunity to do so. So I think that is part of what went into eliminating it, only, and as I understand it, only in those areas where inmates have access to both sides of the wall. Is that accurate, or?
I would have to defer to the architect and to verify what's in the current drawings at this point. I know that the initial design of the exterior removed the exterior insulation, but I'm not sure that it was over the entire building.
And also a block wall by itself is significant insulation, I believe.
It's got a significant thermal mass, so it doesn't change as rapidly as a hollow wall does.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Another approach might be to use electric heat pumps and source our energy from Sonoma Clean Power. And we wouldn't be putting solar up directly, but at least we would be buying energy that's coming from a solar installation for the heating rather than using significant quantity of natural gas.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you. We're going to go to public comment. Or Mr. Dunnacliff?
If I may, so Steve Dunnacliff, Deputy CEO, and as this project is continually evolving as we try to maintain costs, and it does sound like the installation may have evolved off the building, which is what the supervisors are referencing. And so what I think that we would be able to do is come back with at least a rough number for your board to consider that would reflect additional costs necessary to provide additional insulation on the building or some sort of an analysis indicating why it may or may not make sense to do so. So I think that it would be reasonable for us to provide you with additional information on this, on the installation specifically. The solar panels, I think, are less tied to the structure as opposed to potentially the project. Again, with additional cost in the parking lot or something like that.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I see the requirement or the direction. The better direction is to, instead of micromanaging and insisting that we have staff look at installation or other details, perhaps we could direct that this be a zero carbon footprint building, however that's accomplished, whether it's buying clean energy from somewhere else or it's adding insulation, whatever it takes to not increase the county's carbon footprint in the course of adding this wing.
Supervisor McCowan?
Well, I would be very leery of adding a condition like that at this point after we're this far down the road, and given that delay of the project would most likely increase cost. Also, I think, to me, I've had a sufficient explanation on the issue of the insulation that it would be a relatively modest gain. Solar, I think, is where the greater opportunity is, but again, looking at solarizing parking lots with, shaded parking with solar on top, probably a bigger bang for the buck. So if we really don't want to delay this, I think we would approve it as it is recommended.
Okay, let's go forward with public comment. Anyone from the public that would like to comment, please come forward. Seeing no one come forward, it is back to the board. Supervisors, McCowan?
I will make the recommended action, move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Supervisor Jurdy?
Well, I want to support the motion, but I also want to see something in writing from staff about the R value of the concrete wall. And when I look at on the internet and I see a 10-inch concrete wall has an R value of only about 1, when an exterior, a residential home today has to have an R value of like 19 to 21, it doesn't lead me to think that it will be energy efficient without exterior insulation. So I would like to see an analysis of exterior insulation where the inmates won't have access to both sides of the wall.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan?
Well, I have no objection if staff wants to provide the information on the justification for not insulating particular areas of the building.
Supervisor Williams?
Supervisor McCowan, would you consider supplying energy for the heating and cooling from Sonoma Clean Power so that it's 100% renewable? This is not delaying the
Okay.
project. It's
Hang on just a sec. County Council, I think we're getting off.
I think we're getting way off what is in front of this board to make a decision on. These are directions that you can give. And also, I mean, there are so many timelines on this in terms of working with the state on this building. So, but all of these things are not part of what is the discussion here. It's pretty straightforward, so.
Okay. So thank you very much for reining us back in. And we do have a motion. I think staff has heard the concerns of county supervisors. We may have more information coming back at a later time. As chair, I will check on that and watch the agendas as the opportunity comes forward to have updates and also information coming back. Okay, supervisors, we do have a motion and a second. Let's vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All righty, thank you very much. Okay, moving on the agenda to item 5D. It is discussion and possible action, including approval of amendment to purchasing agent agreement number 20-32 with Thomas Law Group, increasing from $50,000 to a total agreement amount of $125,000 to provide legal services related to Keep the Code, Inc. versus County of Mendocino, effective July 30th, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, and approval of corresponding requests for appropriation, revision of funds to increase planning special projects, budget unit 2852, and that would be in the amount of $125,000. And it would be the budget units 2852, org code PS 826184, and then in the amount of $125,000, and PS 862239, also in the amount of $125,000. And we will have County Council introduce the items since they are the sponsor. So please do so.
I'm going to look to my deputy county counsel to introduce this item.
Yes.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. In working on the litigation and what's currently being worked on now to respond to the appellate court's ruling in the matter of Keep the Code versus County of Mendocino, we saw outside counsel to assist us with this work and both responding to the court and any reconsideration of the items by the board. We work with Thomas Law Group and had an initial contract amount in looking at how that contract is moving forward and the services we're looking for them to continue onward. Well, we are requesting additional money, additional authorization under the contract. That being said, the contract is being funded under the existing indemnification agreement that was entered into by the applicant for this project. That was done at time of application submittal years ago. It's still active, and the $125,000 has already been deposited by the applicant.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing no questions or comments by the board, we'll go forward to public comment. Cynthia?
Good morning. I'm Cynthia Reiser-Jevons, currently serving as president of Keep the Code. We noticed this item on the agenda just recently because the agenda just came out recently. And we spoke with the Keep the Code Council and had a concern that we wanted to bring forth to you, the board. Keep the Code retained Remy Mooson Manley to represent our group in May of 2007. Tina Thomas left Remy Thomas, Moose and Manley in 2012. So she was originally a partner in that organization when Keep the Code had originally retained Remy Thomas, Moose and Manley. So Tina Thomas left Remy Thomas, Moose and Manley in 2012 and formed the Thomas Law Group. Remy Thomas, Moose and Manley changed its firm name to Remy Moose and Manley at that same time and continued to represent Keep the Code. Tina Thomas and at least one of the current associates at the Thomas Law Group were attorneys at Remy Thomas, Moose and Manley when the firm was advising Keep the Code and the county's environmental review at issue in this present litigation and this matter. The Thomas Law Group has potential conflict under Rule 1.9 and 1.10 of the California Rules of Professional Conduct that Keep the Code has not waived or been asked to waive. Therefore, we request that the county obtain an ethics opinion and consult with Keep the Code on any requested waivers before entering into this contract with the Thomas Law Group. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Further comment, please come forward. Seeing no one, it's back to the board. County Council, can I have an explanation of this question that's being asked?
Absolutely. And one of the things that I'll remind everyone is one of our duties as attorneys and one of our most prominent duties as attorneys is not to be in a conflictual situation. This is something that is near and dear to my heart. I will say that my first conversation with Tina Thomas, she brought all of these issues to our attention. We walked through all of it. She checked all of her files in terms of timing, any contact, anything else. It was determined that she does not have a conflict. And again, that is specifically on her. That is not for the other party to bring forward. And I have had other situations where we started to enter into agreements, and I was actually the one that said, I don't think you can do this because you've got a conflict. So this was well vetted. We went through all of these issues, and I don't see a conflict, and neither does Tina Thomas. So.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I may, explicitly, there's no conflict because she had not worked on the case previously.
Not only not worked on it, but not been exposed to, not been involved in. The timing of this was, she was actually, I think, can't remember the conversation, but actually pretty much out the door when this all occurred. So she was not involved in this at all. And again, we had a situation where we were trying to retain outside counsel for another matter, and again, I was the one that brought it to their attention, and it was a situation where they were in the same law firm, but there was too much crossover at the time, so I wouldn't do that. Based on the discussions with Tina Thomas and walking through the details, she did a thorough check before we hired her as counsel, and again, we hired her initially, so we have been working with her on this. So this is just extending the contract because the scope of the work has been greatly extended in terms of what we need to do on this lawsuit. So.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan?
Well, also, this is, although the work's being done subject to an indemnification agreement, I think in part it's also being done because if some of this work, like reviewing the alternatives, normally I would expect the county might do some of that work.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Godrowski, all work by the Thomas Law Group is being supervised by our office. So we're just using them for additional services to increase our manpower, essentially.
Right. Well, yeah, that's my point. I think in part the Northern Aggregates is willing to pay for us to engage legal services to keep the project moving along, to get it to the point where it can actually come forward.
So I would just go a little further on that. Not only willing, but they should be doing that under the indemnification agreement, and that was something we've been pushing for a while. I mean, it's one thing to indemnify us, but when we're doing all of the work, that really doesn't help us. It's another thing to pay for our counsel to assist us, which is what the indemnification agreement should have contained. This started well before either Mr. Kodrowski or I were in the office, and we have changed our policy so that we effectuate that from the beginning on these kinds of issues.
Because in effect, all this work flows out of the court challenge and the decision of the court.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, supervisors, we need to have a motion on the floor. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate that this contract, and I think any significant contracts for outside legal services should be on regular calendar rather than consent. So I appreciate it coming forward on the regular calendar. I will move approval.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Seeing no further comment, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Moving forward on the agenda, we have agenda item 6B, discussion and possible action including adoption of what 3 words? Geocoding system for emergencies and recommend same for local fire and law enforcement. Supervisor Williams is the sponsor. Please introduce the item, sir.
So a common scenario in evacuation and emergency, large-scale emergency situations is being able to easily locate people. And while it's true that smartphones can provide GPS coordinates, those aren't always easy to relay. What Three Words has divided the globe up into a grid, applying a unique 3-word sequence to each grid square. It allows somebody in need to text, speak the words over the phone, any way they can communicate those, and have the other side know precisely where they are on the planet. It's one tool in a toolbox. I would like to see us officially adopt it. What I don't like is that it's proprietary. I would rather have an open standard here. But seeing that this model is being adopted elsewhere and there isn't a competing open standard, for now I think it would be prudent to adopt it, encourage staff to learn how to receive transmittal of this coordinate system, and recommend fire and law enforcement do the same.
Okay, I would like to ask cost of program, what training need to be included. I think it's more than what we want to get into here. But there was lack of information for me to really dive into.
The cost of the program would be close to zero. And it may be that when we put out informational pieces to the public that we would include a paragraph about this being an option. And I think staff training, is probably a lunch break, watching a short video or reading the Wikipedia. It's very minimal.
Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate this coming forward. I had a conversation with the fire chief at Little Lake Fire Department, and Chief Wilkes didn't know anything about this, so I'm just wondering if this is, and he said that there hadn't been discussion about this in any of the chief meetings, so I was wondering if this has been discussed, if you've discussed it with the fire and the police departments.
No, may I? No, there hasn't been. I mean, there's been some on social media. Fire agencies elsewhere have been discussing it. It's being used all around the world, and it seems slow coming here. And I think the county adopting it as one tool will trickle down into the fire and law enforcement and dispatch. But otherwise, what we don't want some fire districts to start promoting a concept and then find that there's actually another that's. We want one system, not N.
All right, we're going to go to public comment. Is there anyone that would like to comment on this particular item? Please come forward. Seeing no one come forward, it is back to the board. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this potentially has great promise. It's on the face of it, sounds like it's a great idea, but I do share some of your concerns, Madam Chair, that we don't have a lot of information in front of us. I'm not sure I'm qualified to make this decision today based on the information that we have here. It might seem appropriate to refer this both to the Mendocino County Association of Fire Districts and the Mendocino County Fire Chiefs Association, and get some input from them, as well as our own Office of Emergency Services. And I think referring it out for a quick turnaround of 45, 60 days and coming back with input from the stakeholders might be a prudent way to go.
I do agree. However, when we talk about, who serves on the standing committees to?
Well, Supervisor Williams and I are on one for emergency, medical, and fire sustainability.
Okay, so that's an ad hoc.
Correct. And this is, related, but not necessarily directly in line with that ad hoc.
that's what I'm having a hard time, like, where do we direct it? How do we do it? And to make sure there's positive, input and recognition of Supervisor Williams having a lot of knowledge with this particular program. I don't know if there's any conflicts with the ad hocs. That's where I'm trying to shuffle things out.
I don't see there being a conflict. I don't see it directly in line with the ad hoc either. I think it's
Yeah, that's-
potentially a standalone item.
But that's why, we have quite a number of ad hocs. I don't want to appoint another one because you could end up crossing over and we might have Brown Act problems. But which standing committee are you on, sir?
Health.
Okay.
And I would support referring it to OES and let OES reach out to the fire districts or whatever, law enforcement, whatever they see fit.
Okay. But if there isn't knowledge on it, then if we refer it to OES, I think we need to have you in the room to talk about it. Do others agree? Supervisor McCowan?
Well, and then again, with a defined timeline to come back, I don't, particularly if it's only referred directly to OES, but then you would think they would take it to the chiefs and the association potentially, so maybe 60 days for report back, or what do you think?
That sounds like an eternity.
The chiefs and the association meet once a month.
I realize. I think that's fair.
Okay, 60 days would be okay with you, Supervisor
Yes.
Williams? Okay. So, seeing no one else, we need to, I guess we probably need that in a motion. So, Supervisor Williams?
I move we refer potential adoption of what 3 words geocoding system for emergencies to OES
Second.
with a request to return within 60 days.
Second.
Okay. All righty, you understand the motion? I want to ask first, we have that down as a directive? Okay,
It's part of the motion.
It's
right.
Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. It is part of the motion. I did also want to mention that we are currently without an OES manager, so we'll be working with the undersheriff and his staff to ensure that they work with Supervisor Williams.
Okay, and 60 days seems like a reasonable turnaround time.
Yes.
Okay. All righty, we'll vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
All righty, thank you. Moving on to 6C, discussion and possible action including affirmation of the county's duty to implement and defend laws created through initiative. This is an agenda item of Supervisor Williams, and he will do the introduction, sir.
I've had a whole lot of members of the public reaching out to me about some confusion over the voter initiative process and in the abstract, the county's response. And I think it would be helpful to clarify how we see the process working. And my understanding is that where a petition gathers adequate signatures, the language is reviewed by county council, it goes before voters, passes in a popular vote, that it's to become law and deserves reasonable defense by the county. So I think this item would touch on just that, clarifying in the abstract how we see this process working.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to hear from County Council because I believe we've clarified previously that the county there's a million laws on the books, and there aren't the resources to 100% enforce every law, whether it was adopted by initiative or by county ordinance. And I do believe we clarified previously that the county can't be held liable for what it doesn't do generally speaking. So, but I'd appreciate hearing from county council, and also a generalized statement like this is virtually meaningless, because at any point in the future, the decision of the county or the Board of Supervisors will be determined by the particular case at hand and the facts that go with it, and the decision of the people that are empowered to make that decision.
So, County Council?
So this is a situation where my office often represents small districts, and I do think in this situation, which was before my time, that our office did represent some of the people bringing forward this initiative, which puts us in a difficult situation in terms of then when it came before the board. I think it actually puts us it just puts us in a very difficult position. But the comment is, as Supervisor McCowan stated, and that is, we don't have a mandate to enforce our own laws. There are other things that we do have a mandate to do, and that is to oversee and when I say us, I'm referring to the Board of Supervisors. And the most important is to oversee the budget concerns, to act in a fiscally responsible manner while listening to the voters. In this particular situation, and I wasn't here during the time when this came before the board, but there are ways in which the board can ask for a fiscal analysis of an initiative being brought forward from the people, and it doesn't appear that was done at the time. And again, I think I don't know, because I wasn't here and I haven't reviewed the records, but again, I think the county council at that point was in a difficult position where it had given an opinion in terms of the legality of this initiative to the proponents, and therefore was sort of, I would say, stuck in that position, and there was no discussion with this board in terms of what that fiscal analysis would look like, and I don't see that the board sent it back for that fiscal analysis. So you've got two requirements. You've got, I do think, as a Board of Supervisors, politically, not legally, you are responsive to the citizens of this community. But I do think also, as a Board of Supervisor, again, your primary duty is to understand fiscal analysis and what it will cost you in order to go forward. So although this item is brought forward, there's no fiscal analysis of what this, what if this board moved forward, what that would look like, what would that do? And there's also not the sort of discussion in terms of threatened lawsuits that I have been hearing since this came forward. Again, reminding this board, the reason I sought an Attorney General opinion is because of the threats from both sides on this case. And now we're in a situation where we didn't get that Attorney General opinion. We are responding as requested by this board. We are assisting the CEO with the response to the letter to Mendocino Redwood Company, and that should be forthcoming very soon. That is a high priority. Once that is sent, that will be available for, of course, all of the board members and, of course, all of the public. It will be a public document. So I think this discussion in a vacuum is not serving the public adequately.
Okay. I do have something, but we'll go Supervisor Haschek.
Well, in light of what was just said, and it looks like this agenda item is the theoretical approach, and we're we're actually skirting around this whole Measure V issue, is that one approach would be to send this off to General Government Standing Committee and have them look at what the cost and implementation would be, cost of staff, the cost of any kind of enforcement, all of those kind of issues, because without that, we are going kind of blindly into this. We're just dealing with the concept instead of the reality. So I would make that motion that we send this to the General Government Standing Committee to evaluate for the mechanics and details of enforcement.
Okay, before we entertain a motion, the chair would like all supervisors to be heard. If we could do that, sir.
Sure.
Supervisor Jurdy?
I would support that motion, but I also, it's come to my attention in more recent days that there is a California government code that speaks to the issue of the voters getting information disclosed to them prior to voting on a ballot measure about the fiscal impacts. And I was unaware of this government code at the time that Measure V was rolling along through the petition route. And what I would like to see also referred to general government would be a discussion about a policy that the Board of Supervisors could adopt that would say, in general, not looking backwards, but looking forward, that whenever papers are pulled for an initiative in Mendocino County, that county staff is to be directed to prepare a fiscal analysis of the probable costs of implementing that measure. As voters in California, we often see, I think we always see in the ballot statement, a state of California analysis of the fiscal impact of an initiative. It's kind of startling to think the fact that although we see that in the ballot summary for state initiatives, we don't actually see it for initiatives here at the local level. And really the voters are entitled to know prior to voting on measures if there is a probable fiscal impact. They may still go ahead and vote for something with no funding stream to pay for that fiscal impact, but maybe they wouldn't if they actually knew the costs of implementing it. We can't go backwards. We can't know how they would have voted had they had that fiscal impact, but we could, going forward, let petitioners know that information will be made available to the public so that when people are drafting initiatives in the future, they'd be forewarned to think about the potential fiscal impacts to the agencies, to the local governments prior to writing initiatives. They may still want to go ahead with collecting signatures for their initiatives, but they might choose to try to craft their initiatives in a way that would minimize the cost to the taxpayers.
And I agree fully with you. My comment was exactly, what is our policy? Do we have a policy? And my recommendation would have been, or is, to send it on to general government to be able to go over any policy we may have, but also to come back with a future policy that will address everything that Supervisor Jurdy has just commented on. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I would support the referral to the government committee for coming up with a policy going forward. But at this point, I think voters came out and passed law, and this has been kicked down the road too long. It needs to go to a vote. Otherwise, we're essentially vetoing through inaction. Nothing in the item that I brought forward talks about enforcement. We're not talking about a cost of enforcement because we're not even talking about enforcement. We're talking about respecting the process and declaring that an item brought forward by voters, passed by voters, is in fact law. That's it. Not getting into enforcement. So I would appreciate putting this to a vote. Otherwise, effectively it's a veto. You can't have years and years go by, irrespective of how we feel about the particular language. Should it have passed? Is it a good idea? Voters passed it. And it's kind of a slap in the face to those voters to say, well, we think better. That's not our job as the supervisors to decide that the voters made a mistake and that we know better. Our job is to respect the will of the people.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, many thoughts. First of all, Supervisor Haschek is absolutely correct, as just confirmed by Supervisor Williams. This item is a stalking horse for Measure V, and really isn't about what it purports to be. It's really another way to say we need to move forward and enforce Measure V. And yet there are significant legal issues involved with Measure V, as we know. That's why the board requested an opinion from the Attorney General. Unfortunately, the Attorney General basically ducked the issue after several years of delay. That still leaves us not knowing with any certainty, is this measure legal or not? Simply because it was adopted by the voters doesn't make it legal, doesn't confirm its legality. In the year 2000, the voters adopted Measure G by initiative. The Board of Supervisors at the time was advised by County Council that it was unconstitutional. They chose not to challenge it. In 2008, in a subsequent vote, the voters overturned Measure G. Some of the original proponents came forward with an initiative to restore Measure G. County Council at the time, realizing that it was unconstitutional because it it was in direct conflict with state law, which fully occupied that particular field, went to court without asking approval of the board, but simply on her own initiative, took it to court. The court ruled it was an unconstitutional measure. It was stricken from the duty of the elections officer to supply a title and ballot summary. It didn't go to the people, because why have the people vote on something you know is illegal? Here, Measure V, the legality remains in question. We previously directed County Council to work with the CEO to prepare a response to MRC's comments asserting that Measure V was illegal. Before we start going down this road of churning more paper, I think we should see what the letter that County Council prepares has to say. We'll be better informed. But if we refer this to general government also and we say, tell us the cost of this, well, you know, I don't know how you come up with that. There was a previous Measure A that was an initiative measure brought forward. The board directed at that time that there be the study provided for by the government code. It was quite exhaustive. It took a lot of staff time to prepare. The board decided it was worthwhile because the initiative had significant implications. If we want to refer this to general government, I think we should limit it to what would be the potential cost of enforcing and implementing Measure V. And I think it'd be a ballpark. I don't want staff to spend endless time on it, but you know, what are some of the potential costs and risks?
Well, I want to see our policy reviewed on how this comes forward. I think it's extremely important for County Council's office and also for the people of this county, as well as the Board of Supervisors, that there be a process and that the policy be reviewed and recommendations come back from general government as to changes that need to be made. So all we're talking about, we got into this whole discussion on Measure V, and this is veiled, as you said, sir. But I think that is basically not a part of this at the moment. Supervisor Haschek? Oh, Supervisor Williams first.
Yeah, I would argue that it's not veiled, that this is brought in the abstract as process for a reason, and that seeing Measure V as an example go down, there's a chilling effect on the voter initiative process. People now don't know, is it worth, if they want to create law in this county, do they go through the process wondering whether the board will accept the outcome or effectively veto it? And so that's the very reason it's brought in the abstract. I would like to see this go to a vote. Maybe it fails, but we can't keep delaying. I think the people have time and time again shown up. I get a lot of correspondence.
So when you talk about going to a vote,
yeah,
I don't see, let's look and see what your proposed action.
My proposed action is affirm the county's duty to implement and defend laws created through initiative.
Okay.
And that's what I would move.
Supervisor Haschak.
Are you ready for a motion?
We haven't had public comment, sir.
Okay.
Supervisor McCowan?
Well, and presumably, based on the discussion, you would have us, you would affirm the county's duty to implement and defend laws created through initiative, whether they are legal or illegal.
Supervisor Williams?
In the case of Measure V, I think that's what you're getting at. Today, there has not been a challenge. I think it's presumed to be legal until it's challenged. There isn't a process to go through. We don't have a challenge pending.
Okay, public comment. Louis Bigfoot?
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Board. Thank you, Mendocino County, for pushing this down the road. Imagine you have a giant timber company that their whole economic bottom line is built on the use of herbicides. That's what we're really talking here. Take the herbicides away, can they survive economically? That's the question. I want them to come here and explain to us before we go any further. If they stop using herbicides today, would they be able to survive economically? This is called an economic poison. That's what the term was given by the press some years ago. You go back to, first they wanted to do aerial spraying. Thought, oh, this is great, we'll do Agent Orange. And then they said, whoops, we'll do hack and squirt. Okay, we'll do hack and squirt. And now the fire danger. So we have economic poison, that's a no-brainer. Are we gonna be able to solve that problem? Are they gonna have to go out of business? Now, we had a little meeting in the office, in the hallway the last time Mendocino Redwood was here. And we kind of ran down a quick laundry list of what they could do with the dead and dying trees, make flooring, right? Make flooring. They said, no, we can't make flooring. It's too expensive. They don't make any money on flooring. So what do they do? How are they going to function without herbicides? The public does not like the use of herbicides and the fire danger. It's that simple. If you live next to this land, if you fly over the land, if you look at the land, you realize it's insane. It's crazy. When you look at a piece of property, it's called a THP, and more than half of the trees have been killed. More than half. I don't have the photographs today. But if you look at the clear photographs from the air, more than half the trees are dead. So you look at a piece of property that got all these dead trees, particularly the people who live right next to it. They know this. That's how this issue came up to the board. So going to the committee, let's get Mendocino Redwoods in here first and explain to us, and then we'll go to committee. How are they going to get out of this dilemma of using poisons to sustain their bottom line? I mean, it's all about bottom line. It's got nothing to do with forestry. Those aren't trees the trees that they're cutting down over in Mendocino are too small. They're little pecker poles. Remember pecker poles? Well, imagine running your bottom line on pecker poles. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Public comment?
Good morning. John Curry, Mendocino Redwood Company. Mendocino Redwood Company has no objections to an affirmation like such as this, but however, it should be accompanied by an affirmation by the board to ensure the county has the authority and ability to cost-effectively enforce the ballot measure before approving them and being placed on the ballot. Imagine yourself in a situation where that the voters approved a racially discriminating policy and passed it. There's no authority or way to enforce that by the Board of Supervisors. In addition, the county code says that any ordinance that goes against the Right to Farm Act should be considered immediately repealed. And Measure B does not state who will enforce it or even if it became law. They only mention that the county is they shall not travel on private property. So again, we think that this is out of the jurisdiction of the county to pass a regulation like this, and that it should be regulated by the Board of Forestry.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Thank you. Cynthia Reiser-Jevons, speaking with a public thought. Capitalism it makes its profit by taking public resources, the trees, the air, the waterways, and putting as much risk on the public by using those resources and cost. So the public bears those costs, and then the company, the corporation, takes those whatever profits they can make, and those are personal profit, but the risk is the public's, and that's a real concern. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no one else come forward, it's back to the board. Supervisor Williams?
I move the recommended action.
There is a motion. Do we have a second? The motion fails for lack of a second. Supervisor Haschek?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that that we send this to the General Government Committee to look at the potential cost and mechanics of enforcement and an abatement plan, and that we look at policy moving forward for, like what Supervisor Jurdy said about the fiscal impact of any initiatives, and that be clearly defined.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think the motion is pretty expansive, and I wonder if it wouldn't serve the same purpose, allow for the same discussion, if the motion simply said refer to General Government Committee for development of a policy relating to voter-approved initiatives.
Okay, there's been a suggestion to amend the motion. Supervisor Haschek?
Well, I don't think that takes care of the first part of it, which is the quandary we're in about how much it will cost to enforce and how we would actually go about enforcing it. And I think that is information that we need to consider implementation of Measure V.
Well, again, we hear from the author of the item that implementation of Measure V is not the issue, and yet your motion speaks directly to it, and particularly when you say the cost of implementing it, that's no longer a generalized policy. I think it's more in keeping with the item in front of us if we refer it for development of a policy relating to voter-approved initiatives, and how do we handle that. And inherent in all that is the cost of doing so, whether the county wishes to have a policy of going out for this study for each initiative, or on a case-by-case basis, which ultimately it would wind up being anyway.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I've heard two excellent ideas. Could we bifurcate this and send two actions to the government committee? One to look at the voter initiative process in the abstract, and the second to further Measure V to a conclusion. I don't know that, I mean, these are both important items, and they've both been discussed here, and I don't want to lose either of them.
So we have a motion on the floor, and we do have a second. I will go to the maker and the second to see if they want to amend their motion in any way, and if not, we will go forward and vote on that motion. Supervisor Haschek?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I could see splitting it because they are kind of two distinct issues, so I wouldn't have a problem with splitting the motion into two.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Well, at the request of the maker, I'll withdraw my motion and second the first half of your motion.
Withdraw your second. So we're getting complicated for the clerk. We
If you-
need to
if you
get
wa-
this
if you want to
down.
make, are you saying you want to make it two motions? If you're saying you want to make it two motions, I'll second the first half of your motion, which pertains to, I believe, the costs of implementing Measure V.
First, you would
Right.
have to withdraw your motions and then go forward with a new motion. The maker of the motion
So
does
it's a-
not want to. We'll ask the second if he still feels like seconding
It's up to you.
the motion.
I think that we should just keep it the way it was. Keep it together and just vote on it.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yep, I'm comfortable with the motion as it stands.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Could we have the motion restated, please?
I would love that. Can I have the motion restated, please?
Well, the motion is to send this to the General Government Committee for exploration of the potential cost and mechanics of enforcement of Measure V and an abatement plan, and also to explore the fiscal impact of initiatives in the future and have that part of initiative development
So, do
approval.
you want a second?
I've already seconded it, yeah. You're just restating the motion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
May-
I have sent to the General Government Committee for exploration of the potential costs and mechanics of enforcement of Measure V, and an abatement plan for fiscal impacts of initiatives in the future that have that part of initiative development.
What was that last part?
I have sent to the General Government Committee for exploration of the potential costs and mechanics of enforcement of Measure V and an abatement plan and fiscal impact of initiatives in the future, and have that part of initiative development.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay,
I think it's clear that the fiscal analysis would be part of the initiative process, so, as a matter of policy.
Supervisor McCowan
Thank
and
you,
then
Ma-
Supervisor Williams.
I believe a review of the audio tape would show that the motion and the motion as restated are significantly different.
Okay,
I-
why don't we just stop for 1 minute? I'm gonna call for the break, and Supervisor Haschak will work with the clerk, but she will get her break, according to labor law. But let's get a motion down. We have some conflict here about what was originally made. So we're gonna get a clear motion, and I wanna ask the maker and the second to please work on that. We'll be back in session in, let's say, 15 minutes, 12 minutes, because that'll give time for our clerk to have her break.
Chair?
Sir, we're at,
I'm afraid if I don't ask now, they're gonna have to come back.
okay,
As part of the rework during the break, perhaps the maker of the motion could consider adding a clause to clarify the current state is V law or not, because that's one of the questions that I think a lot of us are asked. Having that clarification of where it stands today would be helpful. Thanks.
okay, we're at break. board is back in session. We're going Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to withdraw the previous motion to replace it with a new one.
Okay, and is that acceptable to the second?
Yes.
Okay. Please read your new motion into the record.
Okay, so I move that we send to the General Government Standing Committee the exploration of the mechanics and cost of implementation of prior voter-approved initiatives and consideration of policy requiring a fiscal analysis of future initiative to be disclosed to voters prior to that initiative being placed on the ballot.
And I'll second the motion.
Supervisor Williams.
I have a question about the second half of that. Who would create the, my worry is squashing the voter initiative process. And I know members of the public feel like that's just what's happening here, because this is an item that was brought to the supervisors back in '94. Supervisors reacted with a resolution asking for a voluntary halt of a process. They brought it again during several years into a drought. Supervisors didn't take it up. The people took it up. It passed, and now we're years in with no action. And I think it's a good idea on the table to have a standing committee look at the cost and next steps to implementation. At the same time, it's one too many. This has gone on too long, and I'm a little bit frustrated that we can't put it to a vote. Maybe it fails, but at least put it to a vote. Do we accept it as law? Do we plan to treat it as law? Yes or no? So it's hard for me to support the motion on that, even though I think it's a good idea and I want to vote with my friends. I feel like I also need to vote in support of the people, and I think the people are furious that we've had endless delays, and this will be seen as yet another.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, some of the comments made overlook some of the practical implications of the situation we're in, where we still don't know if the measure that is really the purpose of this agenda item is legal or not. But leaving that aside, I would like to know, so the motion as stated now, the third version, all distinctly different, now says we want to study the cost of implementing past voter-approved initiatives. I'm curious to know who would conduct this analysis, and I would turn to the CEO office, to the executive office for comments on what's the availability of staff and fiscal resources to implement the motion as stated.
Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. I would look at this from a practical standpoint, and that it would need to be addressed on a case-by-case basis depending on the initiative, what county department would be involved. We would also need to involve the auditor, controller, and quite likely the executive office fiscal team, which would be the group of our budget officers that are also dedicated to other tasks on an ongoing basis. But I do believe that we could be charged with that review. At some point, those findings would need to be vetted as well, whether that be through council or a member or an ad hoc group of the board prior to it being transmitted to the elections, which is where I would assume the resting place would be.
Okay, Supervisor Williams, I'll give you one more bite at the apple.
I could use a point of clarification on the cost analysis. I've heard it's the cost analysis of enforcement, but I can think of a past voter initiative, Measure V, did not contain language about enforcement. And so what the people passed, I don't think the cost analysis should touch on the enforcement. All they want is for it to become law, for the county to follow through with its obligation. The cost analysis should be constrained to making it law, whether that's a printing cost, a noticing, not, because otherwise it's the cost will effectively squash the motion by deciding, well, if we enforce it 100% in the most costly manner, we can't afford it, so it's over. The cost needs to be constrained to the actual language. And if the language didn't mention enforcement, we shouldn't have enforcement in the cost analysis.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan, one more bite at the apple.
And I'll try and be brief. The item is codified into law on the county books. And confirmation of that, please. It's county council, I believe it's been codified. It is law in the county.
So I was just trying to see if it was actually in Munis. I thought I had seen it, so I'm just looking quickly as you said that. So, but it's passed by the voters, it's law.
You know what?
As soon as the vote was certified.
Correct.
And then, secondly, I appreciate Supervisor Williams saying that the measure is silent on enforcement. It doesn't name an enforcement officer, which would be the typical approach if an ordinance contemplated the county going out and taking particular actions to enforce something. You would have an enforcement officer. You might say that it was particularly for nuisance abatement subject to County Code 8.75 or other measures in law. It has none of that language. It simply says that trees killed and left standing are a public nuisance, and that the person responsible for killing that tree, creating the nuisance, is liable. That's the enforcement mechanism. If someone feels they were damaged by someone acting in violation of the ordinance and creating a nuisance, their remedy is to seek judgment against the person creating the damage. So there's nothing for the county to do to enforce it by the terms of the measure. It's law. And the people can enforce it when they feel they've been wronged.
Is that a motion?
We have a motion.
I think it's a statement of, potentially a statement of fact.
Okay.
Call the question.
Righty. We're going to,
Well, and I will vote against the motion just because I think it's not straightforward. It's intended to deal with something that isn't mentioned in the motion, and it potentially launches the county on a paper chase using resources that are better spent elsewhere.
oh boy. Okay. So we'll vote by the button.
The motion fails with Supervisors Brown, McCowan, and Williams dissenting.
Okay. Supervisor Jurdy? I feel what Supervisor McCowan just stated is the reason my vote. Supervisor Jurdy?
I'd like to ask a question of County Council. Given the agenda item, would it still be appropriate for me to allowable for me to make a motion to request that, to refer to General Government Committee a consideration of a policy regarding a fiscal analysis of future initiatives to be disclosed to voters prior to the initiative being placed on the ballot? Could that be still referred to General Government?
I mean, I think that, again, this board has the ability to refer things to general government. That was part of the actual motion. It is part of the discussion that's going on here. So the agenda item was so broad in terms of trying to enforce an initiative brought forward by the people. So I think when you are looking at for future in terms of understanding the fiscal impact, it actually seems appropriate to me.
Second.
Okay.
So I'd like to make that as a motion and put that on the table.
Second.
Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my question is just of the process, and I think that's what Supervisor Jurdy was talking about, was that because it was part of the previous motion that failed, then is it possible to just deal with that part of the motion, which I totally support, but it's a Robert's Rules question.
The problem is that how I interpreted this is the original motion was basically a two-part motion. So now and there was discussion about separating that out. So basically what we're doing is separating that out. So I think that you would be okay in going forward.
Supervisor Williams?
I support it. I could use clarification on the second half. How do you intend to address the real issue that was the catalyst for putting this item on the agenda? We have a voter initiative that's sitting in the queue, not moving forward. Something needs to be done, whether it's putting it to a vote to decide to ignore it, or putting it to a vote to decide to take action. But I don't think we want to just leave it in this standstill.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would recommend you bring forward an item that's clearly stated and straightforward and doesn't skirt the issue and says what you mean it to say to accomplish the goal you hope to achieve.
Okay, we are going to vote by the button, but before we do, I'd just like to tell Ms. Faulkner, we had already closed off public comment. We did receive your speaker form.
Chair, can I hear the motion again?
This is a referral to General Government Standing Committee, the consideration of a policy requiring a fiscal analysis of future initiatives to be disclosed to voters prior to that initiative being placed on the ballot.
And that's what Supervisor McCowan seconded. Correct, sir? Okay, we're going to vote by the button.
The motion carries with Supervisor Williams dissenting.
Okay, moving forward. We're now on item 6D. Discussion and possible action, including directing County Council and the Planning and Building Services Director to determine the feasibility of using satellite imagery to demilitarize cannabis code enforcement and collect fees and/or taxes from the non-permitted cultivation. Supervisor Williams, you're the sponsor. Please introduce the item, sir.
I can see two use cases where satellite images may be beneficial. One is to get a count of current cultivation. I've heard numbers as high as 9,000, and I see there's less than a few hundred in the license system, and we're about to close the door to most of those cultivators with phase one coming to an end in the coming days. I think without using a contractor to get an analysis, a total count, without the county accepting any personal details, would give us a number to work against to see how that progress bar has moved. Are we at 3%? Are we at 5%? And hopefully that would catalyze some next steps. We have a problem. The elephant in the room is we have thousands of cultivation sites. We're closing the door for them to come into compliance. And then on the other side of the spectrum, I could see satellite imagery being useful for bringing those unlicensed cultivation sites into compliance. The strategy to date has been to have applicants work through a process and then get a license. I'm suggesting if somebody builds a house in this county without a permit and it's discovered, the remedy is not to bulldoze the house and tell them they can't build another house. It's to tell them they need to pay the fees with some fines, and if there are code violations, remedy those code violations over a reasonable period of time. I would suggest the same for cannabis, that if we find thousands of sites that are not participating, the abatement letter, the satellite imagery would generate an abatement letter. The abatement letter would need to include an opt-in to become part of the license program immediately, at which time we would give a reasonable window of time. Maybe it's 3 to 5 years to come into compliance. If we don't do something here, we're forcing people to remain in the black market without any possibility of coming into the regulated market, which means the county loses significant revenue. So I've heard numbers as high as 9,000. If there are really 9,000 sites, say even at the 2,500 minimum tax tier, that's $22 million of revenue that we're losing. And we're putting people in a position when they see that National Guard fly over, they're unlicensed, they're operating illegally. I think we're aware the sheriff is not focused on these backyard grows. He's focused on really egregious environmental concerns. But even so, we have thousands of people who fear when that helicopter comes over because they are illegal and they believe they can't move into the legal system, especially with phase 1 ending.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, in contrast to previous occasions when I've disagreed with everything except the motion, I agree with quite a bit of what Supervisor Williams has said. But this is really a measure, I see it, to streamline code enforcement and to hold people accountable. We are not forcing anyone into the black market. It's a choice that people make if they are still growing without a permit or a permit application. I think we've had about 1,200 applications in total. We have been accepting permit applications for 2.5 years. So people who are still growing outside of the permit process are doing so by a choice that they're making. And at some point, if we're serious about having a legal regulated market, we have to do something about the people who are not choosing to participate in the legal regulated market. This potentially is an efficient way of doing that. We've all seen the stories out of Humboldt County where they do use aerial imagery. They send enforcement letters. If people dispute the findings in the letter, they can come forward. In one case, a greenhouse was being used to grow vegetables, I think. So that can all be sorted out. But somehow the message needs to go out. You're either in the legal system or you're not allowed to grow cannabis commercially. And I agree, the sheriff, the primary focus of the sheriff is on those egregious violators that are harming the environment. And even there, the sheriff can only get a fraction. So I don't have a concern about what the total number of people out there is. My concern is if they're cultivating outside of the permit process and beyond their exemption limits for either personal or medical use, they should be held accountable. And that's the number one way you're going to help sustain the legal market. One more comment, though. I do object to the term demilitarize. We don't have militarized code enforcement in Mendocino County. We have men and women going out with clipboards and cameras, and that's code enforcement. Law enforcement, when they are conducting eradication, they have to be prepared for whatever situation they may encounter. But let's have a separation between law enforcement activity and code enforcement activity.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I'd like to add that this item is really about directing the planning director and county council to look at the feasibility. It's not for any particular plan of action. It's just to get some cost estimates, find out what's possible, bring that back to us. I see this, it would need to be in concert with other changes, maybe changes to our ordinance. It may be that we need to go to the state and lobby based on our findings. If we find there are 9,000 sites, I think it's time to have a discussion with the state. We have a problem, the way the Prop 64 implementation has been rolled out. We have not been able to bring the majority of cultivators into the legal market. Maybe we've only brought 5% in. That's a failure. This board's worked very hard. The county staff has worked incredibly hard. But if at the end of the process, we only have 5 or even 10% of the cultivators in the legal system, where the county's falling short on revenue, and that's, it's hitting us in every direction of services, and we're not giving legitimacy to these cultivators. A lot of them want to be part of the legal market, and they're scared because they've seen their neighbors try to go through it, and it's a very difficult process. I mean, the planning director, I think, hope he doesn't mind if I quote him, but he said our ordinance is very difficult, one of the more challenging ordinances he's worked with. No fault here, but something needs to be done to shift this equation so that we can have a success of most cultivation being legal. In the years to come, the policy we set should have an eye years out, not just tomorrow, but 3, 5, 10 years out. With the national market opening, it'll be more important for cultivators in our county to be part of the legal system. Today, they might be black market selling out of state. That may not always be a viable business model. And I worry that by closing phase 1 and telling them, well, you had 2 years to get in the system, you didn't do it, you're permanently shut out, it's a large economic hit to the county that'll trickle down everywhere, even businesses outside of cannabis.
Okay, we're going to go to public comment. There's public comment on this item. Anyone that would like to speak, please come forward.
Ron Edwards Willits. I heard a very interesting thing mentioned that we'd use this imagery and they would get a letter and they would have the ability to opt in. So are we saying that this letter now will give you an opportunity to get in? Because I would think that the reason that they're not in is because of some zoning issue, some other reason. So are we saying that, hey, if we go with this, you'll get this letter and you just can get in the program? I don't think that's very reasonable. The other side of this is cost. Again, we are going to be looking at $250,000 a year to contract with plant.com, and then we're going to need staff that's going to need to do that. So again, the cannabis program is in the hole. We only have less than 300 people. We're closing, and quite frankly, there is chaos right now about people not really understanding what this closing means. It's just really clear we need working groups. I mean, staff does a great job of understanding it, but I don't see staff foresaw the situation of, whoa, what about future expansion after this phase closes? Also, our ordinance through the whole time was a complaint-driven ordinance. Enforcement was complaint-driven. This is not complaint-driven. This is going out. I understand not everybody's in the program, but I think it's a failure of getting people into the program. And I don't know if it's the ordinance. I know that it's very complicated. I would rather see the ordinance reworked to get more people into the program to try to do this again and have input from the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Scott Ward, Road to Valley. Thank you for your time, everybody. I'm going to be a little bit redundant with Ron. He stole my thunder. I did code enforcement for the county for 13 years when I worked here, and the culture then it was complaint driven. We did not go out and seek problems and look for it. We just caught more grief. It gave us more work than we had staff for. So while I understand Supervisor Williams' desires to bring the non-compliant into the fold, there's a lot of barriers with the way the ordinance is written. I helped a friend just submit an application last week so he could beat the deadline. And I'd forgotten what a brutal experience that is to put all that paperwork together. I mean, it's a packet that thick, half a dozen state agencies and applications. It's technically challenging, and that's what I did for a living for 30 years. So I think that if you're going to do this, you're going to be changing the culture of code enforcement, and it needs to be sold to the public, because all of a sudden the perception's already not well. You guys aren't very well perceived anyway in the cannabis community because of the onerous parts of the ordinance. And to have satellite images, it's like an example of Big Brother. Whether it's true or not, perceptions for everybody's reality. I think the money could be spent better. If we have that kind of money, I think it'd be spent better on staff right now to get us over the hump and get us into the next phase and get it streamlined before we consider something like that. Let's get it going and get everybody we can in by making the system better, have it staffed up. And it doesn't do anything about militarization. That's the sheriff's job and the state's job and Camp's job and the governor's call with the National Guard. It just to me, it has a Big Brother feel to it. I agree with Supervisor McCowan. They've had a couple of years to get in. They should have gotten in. But for some, it's just too hard to get in and too expensive. Thank you.
Casey?
Good morning. Casey O'Neill, local farmer, policy chair for Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. we respectfully oppose this idea. I think this is a classic example of how regulatory creep occurs. We take a populace that doesn't have the ability to stand up for itself, single them out for a new form of surveillance, and then that becomes broader and broader and broader. You know, I think a lot of people live in Mendocino County for a reason, and the idea that the eye in the sky is going to be keeping an eye on you on private property is something that is, this is a drastic and dramatic shift for our county, and I don't think it's the appropriate methodology. I can understand where you're coming from, Supervisor, in terms of the desire for data. You know, I would suggest perhaps reaching out to DFW. I think they've done a count already. I'm very concerned about the idea of code enforcement, as has been stated by previous speakers, becoming proactive rather than complaint-driven. I think that is also a dramatic shift in policy. And I think it's really important to note that enforcement without opportunity is a broken paradigm. And, you know, Supervisor McCowan, I don't think it's quite so much a choice for a lot of people. I talk to a lot of people who come to me to ask what they should do. Should they do this? How should they do this? And for a lot of people, you know, I say, well, do you want to be a business owner in a highly regulated, complex, and changing environment that costs a lot of money? And for a lot of people, it's not so much a choice. It's a choice they would love to make, but don't have either the abilities or the money to make that choice. And so I think we need to be very, very careful when how we approach this issue. And I think it's very important that we realize a number of factors in terms of, you know, federal prohibition still is existing, so there is a supply and demand, and if we move in this route with this policy, what's going to happen is it's going to push people back under the trees. And the environmental ramifications are arguably much more damaging for widespread, large-scale cultivation under the trees than small-scale cultivation, 25 plants in a sun-grown patch. And so, you know, in the old days, like I've seen some of the old sites, you know, 1,000 plants, rat poison everywhere. Like there's some bad things that happen under the trees. And I think that there was a really positive movement in it coming forward into the sun and being, you know, right next to the homestead, 25 plants. And so I think that we need to be very, very careful about how we approach this issue. And I do not think it is the appropriate route for us to go to start looking at satellite surveillance. Thank you.
Jed?
Jed Davis, Potter Valley. Thank you. I'd like to just agree with what Casey's saying. Our goals are to bring everybody into compliance. I hate to see a lot of the people that can't or haven't gotten into the program not come into compliance and basically be wiped out. I just wrote a piece for the Mendocino Environmental Center about the status of the small grower, and the way compliance has been shaped, it's really the well-funded corporate actors that are able to go through this period of time of uncertainty, complexity, and expense. I feel like where the initial problem happened was the state came and overhauled a system that was already pretty much working. There's hundreds of thousands of people making thousands of dollars of living. And then we came in with the ordinance that's really difficult and it's expensive. I'm a pretty cerebral person and I've pulled my hair out trying to get through this. And the goalpost is always moving. And I feel like we, as a government, state and county, need to realize that we overdid it, we didn't do it right. The barrier to entry is expensive and extremely difficult. And if we can wipe that out, allow people to just come in and start paying a tax or pay a license fee, continue growing, get your seller's permit, get your state permit, and that way they're paying taxes, and then say, we're gonna start testing you. That's the first key, is we wanna know you're growing safe stuff and it's going to proper outlets. Then give a 3, 5, 7-year amnesty period to allow these businesses to come into full business compliance. When you gotta spend $600 to take a 30-hour OSHA training for 2 employees, yeah, I mean, it just goes on and on. $2,500 a year for the water board, $1,200 application fee for an application renewal. Why am I resubmitting a whole packet and paying $1,200 for a renewal fee right now. It doesn't make any sense. And so people aren't coming into the program for that reason. Make it easy, let them come in, give them time to make some money and slowly become compliant. Then we'll have everybody in the program and paying taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, public comment on this item? Seeing no one come forward, it is back to the board. Supervisor McCowan and then Supervisor Jurdy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we've heard a lot of comments about how difficult it is to come into compliance. And I do believe most of those difficulties were created by the state and Prop 64. So that combination, and Prop 64, voter approved, can only be changed substantively by the voters. The mandates the state has laid down can only be changed by the state legislature. We have a number of items in our legislative platform that are intended to remove some of the burdens that are created by the state. But if the Mendocino County ordinance is difficult, it's because it has attempted to accurately capture the things that have to be done to satisfy the state. The call to just let everyone in, and that's actually kind of where I started with this when we knew that state legalization was coming. I think this board, those of us who were here initially, were very much of the mind, let's create a legal regulatory system. Let's bring existing growers into that system. And by simply doing that, we're going to improve the environmental impacts by getting people in a regulated legal system where we have people inspecting their activities, making recommendations for improvement. That would have allowed virtually anyone who sincerely wanted to come in and get legal to do so. The tragedy of how this is all rolled out, there are many, many, many people who advocated for legalization and regulation, who wanted to step forward, get a permit, pay their taxes and all the rest, aren't able to do so because primarily the state has made it so difficult. Most of the complexities in our ordinance are there to try and benefit discrete categories of growers with unique situations to be able to allow them to participate and get legal. If we stripped out all of those variations in the ordinance, it'd be more simpler and straightforward. Even fewer people would qualify. But so where we are now, we have to face the reality that at the state level, the ordinance is what it is. We can't simply say, come on down, submit your permit, we'll let you in. We don't have that authority to unilaterally do that. It doesn't help people if we approve at the county level a permit that will be rejected at the state level. I also think that turning a blind eye to people that are blatantly growing outside of the legal permitted system is an unfair business practice that undercuts the legal market, that undercuts those of you who have been attempting to become legal and participate in the legal regulated market. You're facing unfair competition. This isn't going to happen overnight if we do move forward with this, and I do think it's a reasonable direction to give to the department to investigate. Streamlining code enforcement is how I look at this, to bring people into compliance. I think going along with that, it's a valid point that if we're going to do this, we should also, in keeping with Supervisor Williams' suggestion that people have the option to opt in, we probably should, if we're going to move forward with this, open another window of opportunity where people do have the opportunity to come forward, whether they've gotten that letter or not. You know, so I could see us reopening that period, and I think that would be equitable. That would give everybody plenty of advance notice. Okay, we know you didn't come forward yet for whatever reason. You're going to have another opportunity. So I would support the motion, except I would strike the word demilitarize and say streamline.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, I think on the face of it, it'd be hard to argue with this proposed motion, I mean, most people would say they would support it. However, code enforcement, which is not only about cannabis, it's about many, many things, is a county service that I would say is pretty popular in my district. And I think that people in my community are happy with the fact that we've increased code enforcement from 3 to 6 code enforcement officers. We've added a county counsel attorney to work with code enforcement. And I am concerned with adding a bunch of new caseload to the code enforcement division with this proactive search. I believe that the worst of the code enforcement violations are reported by members of the public. And I'm concerned with issues that the members of the public are bringing to the county might not be dealt with because they get inundated with the satellite imagery of all these locations to go to. So I'm concerned about how that could disrupt the code enforcement activities of the county. So I think if we give any direction to staff, I'd like us to hear back from code enforcement specifically about how it could disrupt their workload, and would they have code enforcement complaints that they would not be able to address in a timely manner, because I don't want to see that happen.
Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that we're all wanting everyone to come into compliance, and that's certainly a goal that we've all had. It's just, how do we go about doing that? And what's the big picture in making that happen? And with that goal in mind, I don't see that this agenda item is the right approach. You know, I think there's certainly issues with civil liberties. There's the cost factor. There's the workload factor. It's shifting away from that complaint basis. I think if we want to achieve our goal of getting everyone on board, getting everyone into the system, which is a worthy goal, I don't think this is it. So I'm going to vote. Well, we don't have a motion on the floor, so.
Okay.
So anyway.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, if I could respond to supervisors and some of the public comment. I fully agree with Supervisor McCowan, including the language change. I agree with the speakers Jed Davis and Casey O'Neill. We don't want Big Brother using satellite surveillance, but I see that we have a problem at hand. The issue here is the implementation of Prop 64. We're not going to solve it no matter what we do with our ordinance. There are inherent problems stemming from the state. And it's hard for us to go to the state and say, we have this problem. We have lots of growers who have not come into the program because they can't. We need to distill that to some credible data. We need to be able to say we have 8,535 cultivators, and this is why they can't come into the program. It's not that they're not willing or that they don't want to pay taxes, but they just simply can't do it. So if we could compromise, this item was just feasibility anyway, but if we could compromise and focus it not on enforcement, but deriving that total count, getting a contractor, so it's no workload for us, getting a contractor to figure out what is the count, how many gardens do we have, so we could compare that against how many are licensed without divulging any property addresses or parcel numbers. I think that would be a huge step in the direction of working with the state. Without that, it's very difficult. We have this vague sense of, well, we know there's a lot of grows that are not participating.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, my concerns about fiscal responsibility are heightened with those last comments, because if this is only data collection and we're asking staff to, first we have to pay for the program, and then we have to have our staff analyzing all this data with no way to pay for it unless we make an additional general fund allocation. The action as originally stated is very simple. It says simply determine the feasibility, and we know that the program would cost money, but we also know that it's very predictable that it would generate revenue that would greatly exceed the cost of the program. So that's how you pay for it. And this wouldn't result in suddenly staff has to jump in the car and drive up Minor Road, it would result in staff generating a letter if the satellite imagery indicates, yep, looks like cultivation. They're not in the permitting program. So it makes better, more effective, efficient use of staff time, something we've identified as a need going forward. Also, the cannabis program is not currently in the hole despite popular belief. We've been reviewing the numbers, and the combination of permit fees and taxes has generated a significant positive to the general fund. So it's not costing money, but that's for another day. I hope to have those refined numbers come forward for board discussion. But this program, if it were implemented, pays for itself and then some. So I do support the original motion. And the difference between standard code enforcement, it's something that, it's an activity that somebody's doing at some times but not others. It's building code violations that may have occurred within the house. It's not as simple as the plants are there or the plants are not there. And we're constantly told that our general government staff across the hall are reviewing building code or reviewing imagery to see, did somebody build a structure without a permit. Anyway, I like the item as presented. Simply research the feasibility and come back. I might put a 45 or 60 days on it.
Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think one of the speakers said that we might get more information from checking with CDFW, and they probably have lots of information about what's going on out there that wouldn't cost us. I worry about spending a lot of money on this eye in the sky and having people, instead of growing out in the sunshine, going into hoop houses, going into, greenhouses where, you're creating a lot of plastic garbage waste, and people going back into hiding because of this maneuver. I just don't support it at this point.
Supervisor Williams.
Give me 1 second.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wonder if we could ask the director if he foresees what kind of burden he would see on his department if they implement the original motion and review the feasibility of implementing this type of program. Is that something that would be an unreasonable burden on his staff? Or does he see benefits of moving forward with this?
Madam Chair, could I address the board? Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Services Director. I don't see a burden on the staff just analyzing this and talking more to Humboldt or the other jurisdictions that are using this satellite imagery for code enforcement and to deal with the issues that happen in rural counties like Humboldt and like we're seeing. And I don't think that'd be a problem analyzing, coming back with some recommendations on could it work for us? Does it not? So I don't really see any problem with it.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Simply sending abatement letters telling cultivators to stop cultivating won't generate any revenue from the county. That would actually be a cost. So that's why I started with this would need to be in concert with something like phase 1, either reopening the door or having a phase 1.5. Because if all we do is shut people down, that's a cost to the county, it's a cost to the local economy, it's not helping the cultivators. Maybe Supervisor McCowan has some ideas about when we find there are violations, people who are growing unpermitted, how would we bring them into compliance rather than shut them down?
Supervisor McCowan, do you want to respond, sir?
Well, yes, Madam Chair. I think the letter could simply say, based on information that we have, we believe you're cultivating outside of the permitted program in violation of exempt amounts. You either need to cease immediately, or there is a fine structure that would be imposed, or submit an application. And if people either cease the activity or they submit an application, there wouldn't be fines. If they persist, they would. And maybe give them, you have 2 weeks to submit your application. I mean, people know what's going on out there. They know they have a choice to either get permitted or not. For a lot of reasons, including the hope they can just keep doing what they've been doing, people haven't been coming forward. This would both be the carrot and the stick, that we're actually serious. Now is the time. You will either apply for a permit or cease the activity, or there will be consequences. I think it's pretty simple.
Is it, and this is not a rhetorical question, is it simple with phase 1 closing? Can the majority of the people who are not currently permitted, can they come in under phase 3?
I believe we've had discussion about reopening, but that would be a future decision the board would make when the feasibility report comes back. And I would assume with that would be options for the board to consider. Either A, it's not feasible, let's junk it, or it could be, we believe it's feasible, here's how you could implement it, and then potential policy decisions based on board discussion. We would have the option to have a new window of opportunity for people to apply. I think that's inherent in the comments several of us have made.
Okay, Supervisor Jordy.
So this raises another concern, because I think the only way this would work would be if we reopened phase 1 for the people getting letters. And my concern is, what would be the impact on the planning department and the building department if they're inundated with several hundred applicants who did not come into phase 1 originally and now are coming in due to the letters, and at the same time the county is moving ahead with phase 3? Would this disrupt our ability to take in new applicants on land that we've identified as appropriately zoned for phase 3, and bringing in what could be significant revenue to the county? We might be better off going ahead, implementing phase 3, bringing in some real revenue to the county general fund, and then 2-3 years down the road, looking at this kind of a program, a reopener of phase 1.
Okay, we need to get to a conclusion. Supervisor Williams?
I agree with those comments, but my worry is if we don't really have 90% of cultivators outside of the legal market today, I don't know if we can wait a few years. But I say if, because we don't have a total count, so it's really hard to say. Is it half? Is it 90%? I have no idea. I move we direct County Council and Planning and Building Services Director to determine the feasibility of using satellite imagery to streamline cannabis code enforcement, collect fees and/or taxes from non-permitted cultivation, and based on findings, consider reopening phase 1 if necessary to bring cultivators into compliance.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comment to the motion?
Just that I might feel different about this motion in 2 or 3 years from now.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to emphasize this motion does not commit the board to any particular course of action. It simply is directed to bring us the information needed to make decisions about future action. So, and we've heard from the director, it's not a burden to his staff to do so. I hope we could support it.
But it's going to be coming back as an item.
Absolutely. Oh, and did we want to put a timeline on it, and, maybe 60 days? Would that be reasonable?
I would support that.
You want to
Can we amend the motion and planning director to bring back findings within 60 days?
Agree.
Okay, so the motion has been amended. The second has agreed. Any other comment? Let's vote by the button.
The motion carries with Supervisors Hashtag and Journey dissenting.
All righty.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just wanted to confirm that that feasibility will also include a fiscal analysis to return to the board as well.
I think that was one of my comments, the cost. Okay. Moving forward. Agenda item 6E, discussion and possible action, including requesting the treasurer tax collector to include a high-speed internet and cell coverage checkbox survey on the next property tax bills and county GIS to plot results on map. Supervisor Williams, you are the sponsor. Please introduce the item.
Some faulty broadband mapping many years ago has impeded our ability to get grant funds and move forward with broadband deployment. And a number of attempts of surveying the public have taken place. We still have very sparse data. This is an attempt to collect the necessary data at a very little cost to the county. Most of the cost here is in the mailing. The tax collector is already mailing property tax bills. I spoke to her last week about including a 1/3 page optional survey, and she agreed that the existing postage would cover that, and estimated, based on a past 3rd page, the cost to be about $800. To be conservative, she suggested she can't imagine it being more than $2,000. If we got even 10% of those surveys back, it would give us what we need to plot cell coverage and broadband coverage countywide, which would save us in a whole lot of other areas and allow us to make next steps in requesting grant funds. It would also allow us to show that some of the carrier mapping is inaccurate.
Okay. Questions? Seeing none. We'll go to public comment. Anyone that would like to comment on this item, please come forward. Seeing no one, it is back to the board. My comment, and it's been quite a while ago, and perhaps Supervisor McCowan will remember, or other staff, we did do some type of survey or comments on the back of an envelope a number of years ago, and received some really bad feedback about doing so and mailing our property tax bills. I don't know if Supervisor McCowan remembers that or exactly what it was. I don't remember precisely, but Supervisor Haschak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I had a discussion with people working on the broadband issue, and if we got 10% response, their feeling is that it wouldn't be indicative of much because of the way that broadband coverage goes in our county, and that you can have it within the same block, coverage or non-coverage. And so just like the industry has done, that they've said, oh, well, we've got coverage on that block because we have one person saying they've got coverage, and so that means everyone's got coverage. And so my understanding is that, without a real comprehensive evaluation of it, it's not that useful for the work that we need to do in getting broadband coverage.
Supervisor Williams?
I somewhat agree with those statements, but for $1,000, it would give us the best data to date. And I don't see another option other than going door to door and doing the checks, which financially we couldn't afford. This would get us as close to the data we need at a very low cost. Maybe you have another idea as a competing option.
Supervisor Jurdy?
I've got something to add on the idea of the insert in the treasurer's office, because I actually talked to the treasurer about a different subject to be inserted, but I want to go to that when we've more or less wrapped up discussion on this internet service survey.
Supervisor Williams?
Can I preemptively ask for clarification? Would it be an additional survey or something that we could combine? Because we certainly don't need that full third page for the broadband.
So the issue I brought with the treasurer months ago had to do with our ad hoc committee on fire emergency access. And the question was, could we have an insert? And she said yes, about alerting people to the new Fire Safe Council website that would give information about your neighborhood fire safe district, community. So that was the intent, was to get that information out now that website's been revamped by the Resource Conservation District hosting the Fire Safe Council. And then the other idea was, I think it'd be good every alternating property tax bills would be to provide people with a pie chart that shows them where their property tax dollars go. Most people, because they write the check to the county, they think the county gets the lion's share of the money. Actually, it's not the case. Over half of it goes to the schools. So a simple pie chart that would show people where their property tax dollars goes would be, I think, helpful to the property tax payers in the county.
Supervisor Williams?
I know time is of the essence. We only have, the bills go out in a few weeks to the printer. But I think there would be adequate room that we could combine Supervisor Jury's Fire Safe Council idea with the survey, use the same piece of paper.
Okay. Do we have a motion on the floor?
If you'd
County
like one.
Council wants to be heard.
And again, I mean, we keep adding things into our agenda items that are not announced to the public. The public has no ability to comment on it. I am concerned because I keep seeing this happen over and over, that our conversations are getting very broad around sort of, I think because the topic is a bit vague at some points. So that's my comment.
Supervisor McCowan?
I think we've been told that some of the ideas we're discussing wouldn't appropriately fit into a motion. So I wonder if we might refer this to general government, where they could start up with the whole raft of ideas. I think it could happen in one meeting. So if general government meets this month, potentially they can come up with the language.
Supervisor Williams?
The tax collector has advised me that she needs this by end of week if we want to move forward this cycle. You want me to, you want a motion?
So what I'm hearing, though, is we have other suggestions for inserts, and, but that's beyond the agenda item we're looking at today, and the public would not have a chance to comment. So I think what you have said, Supervisor Jurdy, is great, but I also hear that we have a deadline on this particular item in order to meet the deadlines for the treasurer tax collector. So I will entertain a motion, and we need to keep it. Ms. Rao.
Madam Chair, I did have a brief opportunity to speak with our treasurer tax collector about this item. I do also believe that she corresponded briefly with Supervisor Williams. What isn't clear is who will manage and what will become of the results. The treasurer tax collector will not, in her capacity, be tallying, so to speak, the results of this survey. So that was definitely an outstanding question.
Good point. We're going to go back to Supervisor Williams.
I think that was covered in the recommended action, that it would be county GIS that would plot the results. So may I make a motion?
Hang on. Ms. Rao, response?
Again, so with that, I do believe that there will be some workload analysis that will be done, and there is a cost associated with that. So I do want to make sure that the board keeps that in their minds when they consider an action.
Supervisor McCowan?
Well, do we know that county GIS has the capacity to plot the results on a map?
We do. That was confirmed earlier this year.
Okay.
And sorry.
Well, I mean, it's always, what else would they not be doing, or, you know?
My concern is the cost and the manpower. We keep adding to agendas, then we get frustrated when information does not come back. You know, it's it's difficult. Supervisor McCowan?
Well, and a lot of work was done with the Broadband Alliance to do ground truthing. There was a tremendous effort put into that, and which did confirm that the existing maps were completely bogus, that the coverage claimed by the big telecom carriers and by the CPUC were not accurate. So I'm wondering, and given that this is not really a scientific survey, you know, the validity of it is in question. How much of a need, could you please state again the need for this given the previous ground truthing that was done, and how would this information be used to move us forward?
Yes, and you're absolutely correct. And the trigger was Little Potter Valley in applying for grant funding, USDA funding for rural development. And their grant application was turned down in Washington, D.C. because the valley was told, the Potter Valley Youth and Community Center, they were told that they already had coverage. So why should they give them a grant funding? And about that time, a good friend of mine became the state director for USDA Rural Development, and I called her and said, what the heck? And that's when she went back and found out exactly what was happening for all these grant fundings. The map that was being used was put together by telecom companies, utilities, whatever, that would be carrying such coverage. And they were absolutely false. And I am aware through NACO news coverage that Federal Communications has done a survey, and I can't remember which state, it was either Minnesota or Wisconsin, but one of the states, and used the mapping that was given to them by the telecom companies and found out that very much of that coverage was faulty. And I know what Supervisor Williams is trying to do here. We are missing out because there is quite a bit of funding that is becoming available at a federal level that can help with all of this. So it's kind of like, how do we do this? How do we find the information needed? But a question for Supervisor Williams, and it was brought up by Supervisor McCowan. Did you look at the mapping that was previously done by the coalition?
I have, and it's a moving target, right? That was a point in time. And in terms of accuracy, one of the problems is polling people online. People who are on dial-up are less likely to participate in a survey about broadband. They may not even see it. And with this property tax mailing option, at least we know every resident is being asked, and their response is not related to the type of connection they may have today. It's completely by paper. But I agree, it may not be completely accurate, it may not be enough data, but I think it would get us a lot closer, and it would give us something credible. We could explain the method that we polled every parcel in the county. We plotted the results, whether that's County GIS or Broadband Alliance. We have a map that shows what we do know. And just looking at that, we'll be able to see where some holes are in the plan. And I think it's important to note this is both about the broadband service and also about the phone service. In emergencies, it would be good to know which communities have poor coverage, because the people may not be able to call. And first responders, who more and more will be relying on AT&T's FirstNet, may not have coverage. So I think it's kind of low-hanging fruit. It's better than not acting.
And I also think another point that needs to be brought up is the fact that we do have cell towers going up that are being placed in areas to give broader coverage and to also give coverage. And I'll give for instance, in Potter Valley, and we call it over the hill at the Eel, but the greater Potter Valley area, a cell tower went in, and it's the first time that they've held cell coverage for emergency services, both at Heartstone Bible Camp and also all the residents, because previous to that, it was a hardline phone. And I do not think that Heartstone even had a hardline phone that went all the way out there with, lines, landlines. So anyway, circumstances change, and maybe some of the mapping that was done happens to be stale at this point. But I do think it's important, and when we think about resiliency during emergencies, whether it's wildfire, earthquake, just medical situation for an individual, you do think about all of this, and perhaps the $2,000 that's somewhat been quoted may be acceptable. I mean, it should be acceptable cost. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, given the minimal cost, the statement that GIS is prepared to plot the results, I would support moving forward with this item. I think additional direction might be for Supervisor Williams to work with the executive office. There should be a brief intro to this is why this is in your tax bill. We're trying to get greater information to provide better service, whatever you want to come up to as an intro to the questions that would then appear. And as we know, that wouldn't take more than a half a page. I think it'd be up to the executive office if they wanted to approve using the other half of that page for some other logical suggestion. That could be done administratively.
So you're not wasting space. So you're not wasting space.
Exactly. So
I think that's appropriate.
Oh, golly. Thank you. All righty. Any other comment, gentlemen? Supervisor Williams?
I move we request the tax collector to include a high-speed internet and cell coverage survey on the next property tax bill. County GIS to work with the executive office on plotting results, and the executive office considering making use of the blank space at their discretion.
Well, a second for discussion, but that
Hang
second part.
Hang on, Supervisor.
Oh.
Supervisor Haschek?
I was going to second.
Now, comment, Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you. And I did second for discussion.
Well, Supervisor Haschek was ahead of you on having the floor. So, go ahead.
So the comment is, I think the motion, I don't know that the executive needs to work with GIS on plotting the results, but I think somebody needs to work with the executive office to refine what goes out. And I would suggest that that be Supervisor Williams working with the executive office to refine the language for the questionnaire.
Supervisor Williams, did you want to?
I would support that, and maybe we can drop the county GIS plotting the results. We can bring that back as a future item once we have the survey results available, and that'll give us time to determine cost, and it may be that the Broadband Alliance can do it at a lower cost than GIS.
Okay, we're confusing the clerk.
Can I
So
read
let's do this. Let's withdraw your
Withdraw.
motion. Supervisor Haschek, will you withdraw your second
Yes.
and restate your motion?
request the tax collector include a high-speed internet and cell coverage survey on the next property tax bill.
Second.
So.
Second.
Oh, Carrie Brown. Did you get that motion now that it's been amended?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay. So I want to know whose name you put down for the second.
Well, generally, it's the person who says second first.
Well, maybe this time, it'd be nice.
But I don't care, but I think the motion, I would
You wait
suggest.
until you're called on.
To answer
Go
your
ahead,
question,
sir.
I put Supervisor McCowan as the second.
Okay.
We're revising the rules of procedure, apparently. But I don't care who gets credit for the second. I'm happy to defer to Supervisor Haschek, but I think it should say, and authorize Supervisor Williams to work with the executive office to refine the survey.
I accept the amendment.
Does the second?
So someone
Does
is
this-
in charge of determining what it's going to say.
Agreed.
Does the second agree to the amendment of the motion?
If I'm the second, I do.
The clerk said you were.
Oh,
You weren't listening. Any other comment? Okay, let's vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, matter of procedure. We have about 10 minutes. Clerk, we do not have a timed item, correct?
No, we do not.
Okay, and I'm looking at the Class K. Have we told any of the public that it'd probably be discussed after lunch? Do you know?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Would we have time, Ms. Rao, to go into closed session to discuss labor negotiations?
At this time, there is nothing to present from your HR department, so that has been withdrawn. I confirmed that this morning.
Okay, so 9A is withdrawn?
Correct.
County Council, since we can either go to Supervisors Reports or can we adjourn early for lunch and come back at 1:30? Because I hate to take up anything on Class K. I think it's going to take a longer discussion. And I also want to make sure that any of the public that has called in and figured we weren't going to cover it this morning, but want to come at 1:30, if that is proper.
I think you have
procedure?
you have 6 minutes left. I think that's reasonable to break early and come back and do these in a single, instead of breaking up the items themselves.
Okay, Supervisor, you have comment? No? Okay, gentlemen. Usually it's a working lunch. I'm very happy to say it is not. Give us a little time to regroup for this afternoon's session, and we actually get an extra 6 minutes. Hooray! Okay, we're going to lunch, recessing to lunch. Hello, everyone. The Mendocino County Board of Supervisors. We're back in session at 1:33, and we have an agenda item, and that is 5E. It's discussion and possible action, including board direction to staff regarding potential amendment to Chapter 18.23 of the Mendocino Code, Class K Ordinance, to remove the square footage maximum restrictions for limited density rural dwellings. Planning and Building Services sponsor, but I want to ask the clerk, we did get some correspondence. I forgot to look to see if it's been recorded or not.
Yes, any correspondence has been attached to the item.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Schultz, you're the sponsor. Will you please introduce the item?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Services Director, and I've also got Mike Oliphant here, our building official. And I'm bringing you forward something that's dear to my heart, and that's people getting housing, and so desperately needed today. As I discussed in my staff report, Section 18.23.250 limits the square footage of limited density rural dwellings, our Class K ordinance, to 2,000 square feet. And I'm asking for that limitation to be removed from the order, for you to direct us to work with County Council and remove that. Since the original ordinance was adopted in 81 for Class K structures, the housing crisis really over time has, it's ebbed and flowed, but it's just gotten worse and worse. Nobody in the state is meeting their numbers. And that's, being from Southern California, nobody down there is. And I used to watch up this way, and everybody's having difficulty meeting that. Anything the county can do to remove barriers to housing construction would be welcome news to those wanting to build homes in the county for themselves and their families. And as you know, our PBS staff and our consultant team are finishing up the draft housing element for the 2019-2027 8-year cycle. And a critical component to that effort is staff recommending removal of impediments to housing production. And it's my opinion that this 2,000 square foot limit to the size of these Class K structures is limiting the production of new housing in the county. And while helping our residents, really, it's our ultimate goal to get them housed. I think one thing that the board, and I know you know this, each additional home that we build in the county has a positive economic benefit, including local purchase of lumber, roofing materials, siding, concrete, electrical, hiring labor for that, hiring professionals to help with that design. But it also benefits the county in additional property tax. Every one of these projects generates property tax for a long time. And so it's a win-win all the way around. And our recommended action is that the board provides direction to staff to amend Chapter 18.23.250 of the Mendocino County Code, more commonly known as Class K Ordinance, and remove the square foot at maximum building size restriction for limited density rural dwellings. And that concludes my presentation. Mike and I are here to answer any questions on Class K structures, and I look to your direction.
Okay, supervisors, comments, statements. Supervisor Hashtag.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. First question is, how many permits or requests is this affecting? How many people are coming forward saying, I want to build a 2,000 plus square foot house using Class K?
I've had several since I've been here. I've been here about a year who have stopped because of the 2,000 foot limit.
And what do you think is the difference? What are they perceiving as the difference between Class K construction and regular permit?
The ones I've run into, some of them were like log cabin type structures. It wasn't a traditional California Building Code kind of structured site. It needed a little more creative analysis on the structure, and it was larger than the 2,000 square feet. I imagine they have bigger families. They might have in-laws with them, like where I'm headed. I probably need a bigger place soon. Sounds like my wife was saying. So I don't know. But I'm hearing, need for more room, additional family members, in-laws that need to stay with them, that type of thing.
And what would be the benefit of having it regular permitted? Is there safety issues that you see as far as the difference between the two between a Class K and a regular
You know,
permit?
I can, Mike Oliphant knows all of the details between the California Building Code and the Class K structure. He could walk you through the differences if that would help you.
I think that is what the supervisor's asking for, so please go forward.
Members of the board, Mike Oliphant. And so, Supervisor, to answer your question, Class K, or the name of it is the Limited Density Rural Dwellings. It sits in Title 25 of state law, whereas the California Residential Code and the California Building Code sits in Title 24 of state law. So Title 25 of state law also regulates mobile homes, modular homes, and this Class K limited density rural dwellings. It's somewhat relaxed. So somebody would use the Class K ordinance if they were going to use alternative materials and methods of construction, such as ungraded lumber or unusual, unconventional construction methods. They could go with the Class K construction. Now, the reasons people are opting to go Class K, quite frankly, number one is to get out of the fire sprinkler requirement that's required in the California Residential Code in the Title 24 state law. Now, we had the opinion from the state fire marshal, and in Title 25, it does not require fire sprinklers in those residences, so it's not required. However, they are required to adhere to the wildland urban interface requirements. Those are the exterior siding and roofing requirements that protect it from wildfire. The fire sprinklers are designed to protect the people who are inside the home. That's the only reason for the fire sprinklers. And yeah, there's an extra cost to that. And I think people oftentimes have the misconception that their house is going to get flooded when in reality only one sprinkler head goes off at a time. But it's a change. This sprinkler ordinance is rather new. It's only been in effect for a few code cycles now. So people are getting used to it. Nevertheless, they are exempt from fire sprinklers in the Class K ordinance. And I think that's one of the main reasons they would use a Class K.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I think the housing crisis is well acknowledged, and it's largely due to the result of too much regulation and government interference. So here I see we have two building officials, planning and building, not expressing any concerns about removing the square footage limitation. We know we need more living space. To have local government telling a rancher that they can't use their own milled lumber if they're building a house over a certain size. We know that lumber is probably better quality than they can buy at a building supply store, right? It's pride of ownership. They're milling it themselves. They care about it. I'm very supportive of this. And I've heard a few potential applicants discovering, they were planning on building and they discovered this block, and now they're into the conventional, which will drive up costs and add the sprinklers, or they have to reduce the size of their plans. I don't think we need to be interfering here, especially since planning and building is telling us they support the change.
I think there's a long story behind that. Supervisor McCowan?
Well, there is a lot of story behind it, and as most of us know, we revisited Class K not too long ago and updated it, for one thing, to put us in compliance with state law, which for about 20 years we hadn't been, and I'm still worried about the liability that may ensue from that. The 2,000 square foot was actually a compromise between members of the board who wanted 1,500, others who advocated for 2,500. 2,000 was a compromise. Now we're talking about throwing it out the window altogether. And it kind of stands the purpose of Class K on its head, which originally it was intended for the owner builder to cost effectively build a basic structure using alternative materials potentially, but it really wasn't foreseen as this is how I build my 5,000 or even 10,000 square foot conventional stick-built home, and I do believe it's been used for that purpose by some people before we adopted the revision with a size limit. But I really don't accept the premise that this is a barrier, that someone who can afford to buy a 2,000 square foot home can't go forward if they have to go by the conventional building code. The actual differences are, I believe, pretty minimal in terms of requirements. And I also thought, and maybe I'm mistaken on this, I thought that in the revised ordinance, we did have some condition related to sprinklers that beyond a certain size, you might still have to have them.
Members of the board, Mike Oliphant, no, that was discussed during the ad hoc meetings, but that was not adopted into the ordinance.
Because I'm really concerned about that when we go to an even larger structure where potentially you have even more people in the structure. Fire starts at one end of the building. People at the other end don't become aware until the building's fully engulfed. The fact of fire sprinklers is they save lives. They don't do anything to protect the house from a wildland fire. That isn't their purpose, as you state. They're incredibly effective at saving lives for fires that start within the structure. So I really think it's a poor trade-off in terms of health and safety to exempt large residential dwellings, potentially unlimited size, from any sprinkler requirement. So I wonder if, looking at this, is there some upper limit that people would say, gee, it's reasonable that that building be sprinkled?
Supervisor Williams.
Do we have any data to support a safety concern at any size? Until recently, we didn't have a limit on the size. Did we disproportionately register more fires or more fatalities from fires in those Class K structures that were oversized? And I'll note I've been to a lot of structure fires in commercial buildings, that inns and lodging establishments that have been well inspected. I would say more so than owner-builder construction, some of which is unpermitted. There's something about the owners living in the house that they tend to care about protecting it. Can you comment on the data? Is there data to support a size limitation?
Yes, members of the board, Mike Oliphant, we invited the state fire marshal to speak to the board, and he stated that since fire sprinklers were implemented into California state code for all new residences, there had not been one fatality in a home that had a fire with fire sprinklers in it. And so it's rather compelling. But there was not previously a square footage cap in place, and so there wasn't a square footage factor involved in that.
If I may, one follow-up.
Yes, sir.
So I'm not clear on how the size of the house would impact the need for sprinklers. It seems like you could have a structure fire in a 1,000 square foot cottage without sprinklers and have a similar risk as being in a 5,000 square foot house without sprinklers, right? It's not a good day if you have a structure fire and you're inside. How does the size of the structure play in?
You are correct. The way it plays in is we have more occupants we could possibly have more occupants in a larger structure.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. And again, the original intent was the owner-builder, basic structure, low cost. It wasn't intended to build substantial dwellings that could have several family units potentially. You get a 10,000 square foot structure. It's really kind of, even though it's cost effective, I mean, people are betting their lives. And I do recall the statistic provided by the state fire marshal, not one fatality within a sprinklered structure. That's pretty compelling. So maybe a compromise to the previous compromise, which put us at 2,000 square feet. Maybe, and you know, I agree with you on one point, size doesn't matter. If we wanted to save lives, they would all be sprinkled. But if we want to preserve the option for relatively low cost construction, we would not require sprinklers on the smaller size Class K, But above a certain limit, I just think we're really being irresponsible to take any sprinkler requirement off. And then it becomes an equity issue. Why don't we just say everybody do Class K, forget the Uniform Building Code? I see a nod of
Second.
assent.
Okay. So, no more questions, statements by the board. We'll go to public comment. Mr. Ward?
Hello again, Scott Ward, Redwood Valley. I was remiss in also program. I want to acknowledge him as well. Class K, when I came to work for Mendocino County as an inspector, it was 1988. We were just rolling up a program called Clean Slate. Class K was in its teen years, about 7 years involved. I've inspected hundreds of Class K buildings. It's an option that needs to be part of the Mendocino County fabric. Class K construction is a lot cheaper than the California Building Code because there are many requirements of the California Building Code that do not move over to Title 25. For instance, Class K does not require a soils report.
A what report?
A soils report. The California Building Code does. A soils report can be anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000. Class K does not require engineering, so you can use imaginative construction, use lumber, site-graded lumber. Engineering on a standard 2,000 square foot house, $5,000 to $10,000. So you're at $10,000 to $20,000 right there. No fire sprinklers. Fire sprinklers are helpful. I won't disagree that. As a building official in Hillsburg, we required them in a lot of the older buildings by local ordinance. But those fire code requirements are not only driven by the disasters, also driven by insurance companies that don't want to pay out damages. And many, many, many states in this union do not have fire sprinkler mandates. You don't have to do Title 24 energy. You don't have to do the Energy Commission requirements with Class K. Those add quite a bit of expense for the builder. You don't have to do the California Green Building Code requirements, which is another layer of bureaucracy and documentation that's not needed in Class K. It's you use building materials, site milled lumber, imaginative construction methods, personal pride and ownership. I raised 4 kids in a 1,200 square foot house. It was tough. Guess what? They're boomeranging back because they can't afford housing in Mendocino County. I wish I had a bigger house to house my early 20-year-olds that are back. They're working full-time. They're productive citizens. At $20 an hour, they can't afford to rent in this town. If they could afford to rent, it's some schlock down in Laws Avenue, and it's just nasty and crime-ridden. We're getting older. Like Brent, I'm getting older. My folks may come live with me. I may go live with my kids. So increasing the size makes sense. It's not a detriment to the community. It's a benefit to our citizens. And I think you should support Director Schultz's request. Thank you.
Mr. Seltzer.
Good afternoon now, and thank you for the opportunity. Most of
State your name for the record.
I'm sorry,
sir.
Richard Seltzer, Mendocino County resident. I want to address mainly the housing shortage that we're all facing. As was just pointed out, he's got 20-something-year-olds that are boomeranging back. I've got 4 that live with me that are 22 to 27. The reason they live with me is because they can't afford housing. This is just one more of the things that would be opportunity to reduce the cost of housing in our community. And it doesn't benefit just the people who are able to build Class K. By building a Class K house, they come out of the market for buying one that's already in existence, which means there's one more house that's otherwise not going to be available if they buy it. And I don't recall who pointed it out, but somebody mentioned that the cost of building today is largely driven by regulation, whether it's the Green Code, whether it's Class K versus conventional building permit, whether it's thermal pane windows, whether it's sprinklers or anything else. Most of the cost, or much of the cost, is driven by regulation. And as far as sprinklers are concerned, if it's that big a deal, maybe you should require them to be retrofitted to all residences in the county. You would then see a very different group of people here talking to you about whether or not sprinklers are worthwhile. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
As a realtor, Class K, what does a potential buyer say?
It's an issue, needs to be disclosed, obviously. The biggest issue that we face is whether or not that's going to be an impediment to financing. Most people don't care that it's a Class K. Perhaps if they know it's a Class K, they may do some additional inspections, but most of their concern is going to be around the financing of it.
And financiers are okay with Class K?
Some are, some are not. It does limit the choices,
Okay.
but it doesn't, it does not eliminate the choices.
And of course, if someone builds their home, I'm not expecting them to turn around and sell it right away. But that was in the past, and I thank you very much. But that was in the past, part of the discussion that we had on Class K and the size, square footage. So, anyway, thank you, Dick.
Thank you.
Anyone else, public comment on this item? Seeing no one come forward, it's back to the board. Yeah, we did, just for Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Haschek, we did have quite a debate. We had an ad hoc that was working on this particular issue. We also had different constituents that came forward and talked about CEQA and how much square footage could be with a Class K without us having to go through CEQA. So I don't know if Supervisor McCowan or Jurdy remember more, but it was quite a debate back in the time that the square footage was set. So Supervisor Williams.
I appreciate Supervisor McCowan's comments. I'm here mulling over the larger structure, more occupants, that I'd sure like them to have sprinklers. But I also know that it's important to get people into housing. We have a shortage, and if we just keep creeping in the direction of safety, we have people not in housing, which is also not safe. So I would move the recommended action.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. Supervisor Jurdy?
I was not on the ad hoc that worked on this, so
Neither was I.
So I don't have all the background that, I don't know, Supervisor McCowan, were you probably on the ad hoc?
Yes, and Supervisor Hamburg.
Okay. I mean, I'm open to making some changes to this, but just one point I wanted to bring out is that I think that the number one obstacle in people building housing is actually getting construction loans approved. You know, it's not easy to get a construction loan. It's much easier, people may not know this, it's much easier to get a conventional mortgage than a construction loan. My guess is that most people who've built under Class K have not gone to a conventional bank to get financing. We have a lot of people in Mendocino County, historically anyway, who've lived off of cash income and unreported income, and may well have self-financed their Class K house, or may be equity refugees from the Bay Area or someplace and had the cash to go build a house. But having said that, so I'm open to the idea of raising the cap on the Class K, but maybe having a lower cap that would say at some point you do have to have sprinklers. I do recognize that sprinklers are an added cost. The latest information I have is they're basically $6 to $8 a square foot. You know, that's not insignificant. And some of the other costs that were mentioned, such as the energy calculations, which I think are important. I think you could, if someone was conscious, they would want to incorporate energy efficiency into their house, whether they had the studies or not. But they add maybe $1,000 or $1,500 to the cost of a house construction. I think the bigger cost savings that may be warranted would be the lack of a soils analysis. I think in most cases people don't really need that. And also, you know, there's pros and cons to having the engineering. And I've heard it could be more than $10,000 for engineering on a house. So anyway, so I'm open to if we want to make some changes to it, but I think I'm more inclined to go with the direction of Supervisor McCowan mentioned, which is if we raise the total square foot on a Class K, at some point say it still has to have sprinklers, because it's not an entirely low budget project at that point, even if it is owner built. And then finally, as I understand the code, we've limited it to 2,000 square feet for the Class K structure. And the code also allows that if you have a building on your property that was not required to have fire sprinklers, you can build a second unit without sprinklers. So there, in terms of square footage, you're still going to allow another up to 1,200 square foot second unit and a junior accessory dwelling unit of up to 500 square feet. So I'm just saying there could be a fair amount of housing on that property besides the Class K house itself. So I don't know if others have thoughts on how, if we were to change the ordinance, how we would change it other than just eliminating the cap altogether.
And I would like to ask of staff, in the coastal zone, is Class K permitted?
Members of the board, Mike Oliphant. In the coastal zone, Class K is permitted, yes.
But coming in for a Class K permit, we would still have to go through the same process?
That's correct.
Okay.
You would go through
With
the
a coastal
same.
development permit?
That's correct, yeah. It wouldn't affect the planning portion or the development permit at all.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
I'll try again. I move we provide direction to staff regarding an amendment to Chapter 18.23 of the Mendocino County Code, more commonly known as the Class K ordinance, to remove the square foot maximum restriction for limited density rural dwellings with sprinklers.
So
Supervisor Haschek?
well, second
So-
for discussion.
Okay, so just to clarify, you would require sprinklers on any construction over 2,000?
Correct.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan?
And I'll note for the record, too, we did receive correspondence from Alan Levine, which he unfortunately did not send it to the clerk of the board, which is why it is not posted.
Okay.
And maybe I will forward it to clerk of the board now, but he does raise that potentially there is a CEQA issue, and I'm not qualified to support that or to verify that, but I'm sure that any changes we make to the housing element will go through environmental review. So potentially, I guess if this would lead to dramatically more building, potentially there's environmental issues that have to be reviewed. I think I can support this change. I am a little concerned that some of the other things that go out the window are green building and energy.
Efficiency.
Pardon?
Green energy?
Green building and energy
Green
calculations.
building,
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I was trying to think,
Well,
too.
green energy could be part of the energy calculations, but it's nice to think that people would do what is in their long-term economic best interest as well as the environment. It doesn't always happen that way, but at least in terms of giving direction to have something come back as part of the housing element, that's why I seconded the motion. I can support that.
Supervisor Haschek?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I totally support the Class K concept, and I think that, these issues of the safety of the people in the house, the green building, the energy efficiency studies, those kind of things are good, and we should be promoting those. And so I guess I'm undecided right now about what the best path forward, because I do think the Class K was meant for people to provide some affordable housing. But when you get over 2,000 square feet, that's major construction. It's a big home, and like Supervisor Jurdy said, if you can do an alternate dwelling or the second dwelling unit, then that can solve a lot of problems too. So I'm kind of torn on the whole issue.
I'm also. Supervisor Williams?
These are all great ideas. I want to see all of it happen, but realistically, wages are too low or the cost of building is too high. There's this spread, and it's stopping development. And so as much as I'm in favor of energy efficiency and green building and safety and everything else, if we set the bar so high that we don't see development, we're leaving people out on the street. And as far as the size, if you have a multi-generational family trying to live in one dwelling, 2,000 square feet is tight. And I think that's a model we do want to support unless we can find some rational basis against it. Okay, I would like to ask the planning director if he knows our growth rate. Are we seeing a 1 or 2% increase in dwellings in this county annually?
I thought I saw from the PlaceWorks analysis, like it's trending positively 1 to 2% a year.
Yeah, 1 to 2%. So if we don't shift course, finding a way to boost wages in this county or bring the cost of building down at that rate, this problem will just compound. We don't have enough housing for our people today.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the key benefits of Class K is the ability for alternative design, alternative materials not otherwise allowed. So that's one of the things that is encouraging me to go forward with this. I do think we're radically changing the intended original purpose of Class K. I'm willing to go along because we are still requiring sprinklers for the larger structures, and it's very well documented that that's a dramatic life-saving measure. And it also, by extinguishing the fire that starts inside someone's house, you're preventing that whole structure from becoming engulfed and spreading to the neighbors. And as we know, in rural areas where the fire department may be a half hour, 45 minutes or longer, if you don't have that immediate fire suppression, it goes from it's one structure on fire to spreading to the neighbors potentially. So.
Okay, I'd like to hear the motion again, please.
Do you want me to read it?
The motion was provide direction to staff regarding an amendment to Chapter 18.23 of the Mendocino County Code, more commonly known as the Class K Ordinance, to remove the square foot maximum restriction for limited density rural dwellings with sprinklers.
Well, remove the maximum square footage, however, requiring sprinklers for above 2,000.
Oh, I think it's the same effect as what she read.
Um,
We're removing the square foot maximum restriction for limited density rural dwellings with sprinklers. So we would be keeping the square footage limitation for dwellings without sprinklers.
Okay.
So Supervisor Williams made the motion. Supervisor McCowan, you're the second. You
Correct.
agree to the amendment?
With the clarification that it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
I don't think that's in the motion.
I'm sorry, can I just get clarification, please? So now I have provide direction to staff regarding an amendment to Chapter 18.23 of the Mendocino County Code, more commonly known as the Class K Ordinance, and that's the end of the motion?
No,
he just
it's the
added
original
that.
motion and just append with sprinklers.
Thank you.
Over 2,000 square feet.
You don't need to add.
She didn't have that.
Got it, thank you.
Well, I think we all understand the intent of the motion. If someone not here for the discussion read that, the staff think they would, well, staff is going to plug it in. This isn't final language. It'll come back in the housing element. Yeah.
May I ask
I
one?
think we're good.
Supervisor Haschak.
I'm uncomfortable with just leaving it open-ended for no upper limit. So I would like to add an amendment to that motion to put a cap of 2,500 square feet on it.
I don't want to accept that amendment for now. I would consider it if we could bring back some data to show that structures over 2,500 square feet are a safety risk. You know, if we're seeing injuries or fatalities. But to just do it arbitrarily against staff's recommendation, I would rather not. And May I?
Sure.
So, question for staff. Are we meeting our housing element today?
No.
So that's really the basis here, that we can't be putting any more restrictions in place. We have a legal mandate to meet our housing element, and we're falling short. Anything we can do to drive more housing is a win. People in their cars are not safe. They need to be in structures. And so if we set that bar so high that they can't get into a structure, we don't see construction, we're not making anyone safe.
Well, I just have to put in the point that anyone building over a 2,000 square foot home is probably not living in their automobile. Sorry.
Thank you.
My last comment, but they may not be. They have the funds to build the house, but by moving out of the rental they're in today, you're freeing it up for somebody else who may be living in a car. And so what we need to look at is the total number of units relative to the total demand. And I know we have people living in vehicles. I mean, I tried to push somebody along who's living in an RV in a high school parking lot, and she said, "I'm sorry, I'm a nurse working at a local clinic. I can't find housing." There's real people who are productive members of our community.
I understand.
Yeah, and so I see this as a push in the right direction.
Okay. Any more comment? We will vote by the button. And I might say this will come back to be vetted again.
The motion carries with Supervisor Haschak dissenting.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since staff is testing the waters on the board's position on barriers to housing, staff might come back and ask us what we think about the inclusionary housing ordinance, which I think some people believe is a dramatic barrier to housing. And wouldn't you want some pre-direction on that issue before you go writing your housing element?
That would probably be a good idea.
Madam Chair, yes, I would love to hear any of your comments on our housing element and ways to change inclusionary housing ordinances. They, as you know, you've heard my comments on them before. They can definitely hinder production of new housing if they're not developed right.
So at the direction of the board, inclusionary housing ordinance
Agenda item?
should be an agenda item that comes back.
Well, we are going to, when the housing element comes to you, it's going to have recommended other impediments that we're looking at that we want the board to consider. So, and that will be one of the areas I'll be touching on, and with affirmative recommendations on what to do and see what the board thinks of that.
So what's a timeline for that?
We have to have that done and into the HCD by December, I think it's 13th or 15th, so it'll be on a meeting before that. I thought we were shooting for an early meeting in December or late November to bring that to you, where the clock is ticking down and we're hustling to get that to you.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan?
Well, it begs the question why this one barrier that affects arguably a limited number of structures is a separate agenda item, and inclusionary housing ordinance would not be, which potentially affects the great majority of units that might be constructed.
Second.
Would you like me to answer that?
Sure.
Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Services Director. That was another life. All these titles running around in my head. I'm not ready to recommend to you on the inclusionary housing program. That's why I've not brought it yet. I'm working with PlaceWorks on recommendations on that. They're not done with their analysis, and I will have a recommendation to you. We've got to get that done quickly, and that is an impediment to housing production in our county.
Okay. We've concluded that agenda item. Thank you, gentlemen. Moving on to supervisors' reports. Who would like to go first? Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I'll give you a couple of highlights. We had a Russian River Watershed Association meeting in Windsor, and there was a fabulous presentation on zero waste Sonoma, and touched on some of the similar work that's happening in this county, and also some areas where they're leading. Probably more examples of regulation that'll put businesses further in a difficult position, but it really need to happen. We've had a couple cannabis meetings. Those are going to be covered with agenda items soon. I did visit cannabis related. I had been hearing, this is important, I had been hearing that our product fetches a premium, and Southern California at one point was thrown out as an example. And I've had this ongoing puzzlement over whether the county has a role in marketing and branding. I think we probably do have some role, but where is that split between the government and private industry? It may be the job of a trade association, and we may want to formally say, we think this is yours, this isn't really for government to be, and I think that line may be, we want to promote Mendocino County products as a whole, but not any specific type of product. But I went to Southern California and went to a number of dispensaries, talked to some of their employees and a whole lot of consumers, and asked, do you know where Mendocino County is? No. Do you know where Humboldt is? No. Do you think about the county of origin when you purchase? No. Consistently, what they pinpointed as the factors in purchasing, it was strain and price. And maybe that's not consistent, or maybe there's an opportunity to build county of origin recognition, but it doesn't seem to be there today. But it got me thinking about the bigger picture of promoting the county, not just cannabis related. Do we need to revisit how we ensure that our county name, whether it's for apples or grapes or any product, carries a premium value? And I think it's maybe a task for Visit Mendocino, but not in a vacuum. There needs to be a larger discussion. So maybe another supervisor has an idea of how this should come forward. I plan to bring something if I don't hear of any other conduits.
Well, back in the former days, we had Mendocino Bounty, and the bounty basically promoted the entire county as a whole, and it was done independently through startup funds from agricultural wineries, vineyards. Money was donated to start that, and Mendocino Bounty went for quite some time. And it was promoting the county as a whole, but mainly the value-added products that we raise here, then the value-added products, but also chefs and the mix of homegrown food and how that's used in the kitchen. So in restaurants as well as homes and bed and breakfasts, et cetera. And that's no longer here. And it rolled into what it is today, Visit Mendocino County, and the lodging industry started their own promotion. And then we also have the Wine Growers Alliance that does theirs. But I just thought I'd give you that history.
I appreciate that, and any more history is welcome. I think maybe we're falling short, and there may be some opportunities to boost our image.
It was mostly done privately. But go forward.
And then on the fire and EMS, we promised that we would give an update as it moves along. And I know Supervisor McKellen was traveling at the last meeting. It was at Mendocino Fire, and had fire chiefs and fire district representation. Coastal Valley's EMS was present, and at least one rep from a hospital. And we got some guidance on using the Fire Districts Association as the advisory body for the annual recommendation on how to put the allocation table together. There seemed to be a consensus there. The follow-up is a Fire Chiefs Association meeting, joint meeting with the fire districts in Anderson Valley on the 16th. And what we're hoping will come out of that meeting is some final language as to how the allocation should work on both the fire and EMS side. That's all I have.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did attend the opening of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board meeting to discuss the actions that the board took with regard to the Kemper report and Measure B and what the guiding principles should be. And the BHAB and their chair, Jan McGorty, have been instrumental in keeping that discussion in front of the public and the Measure B committee. I also attended the Healthy Mendocino Housing Action Team, and I think Supervisor Brown as well. And Healthy Mendocino has made that one of their housing, one of their 5 focus areas, is intimately related to the health of people in the community. So I really appreciate their involvement in that issue. I also attended the latest luncheon of the Latinx Alliance, and something everyone may not realize, 26% of the population in Mendocino County is now Latinx, but in the 2018-19 school year, 46.5% of the incoming kindergarten class for Ukiah Unified was Latinx. Also attended the Western Hills Fire Safe Council, as well as a fundraiser that they held, and CAL FIRE was present, and was there's really a lot of appreciation for the work CAL FIRE has done on the Western Hills project, which we now see also expanding out into the Eastern Hills. And of course, Supervisor Haschek has been working diligently in the Brook Trails area. So there's a lot of fire prevention, fuel reduction work going on. I think we may have heard previously of 14 miles of ridgetop dozer line in the Western Hills, typically 200 feet wide. That sets the stage for prescribed burning that we hope will happen this fall to achieve dramatic fuel reduction and areas where fires can more readily be stopped. And of course, the dozer lines also provide emergency access. So that project continues to go forward. The shaded fuel break is still being extended south, ultimately to Highway 253. I participated in the inland version of coastal cleanup, where we hit quite a few areas along the river and the creeks in the Ukiah Valley. Sarah Duquette, Megan Duquette, Jim Lindstedt were some of the county employees I'm aware of who played key roles in that cleanup effort. I attended a meeting of the kickoff for the city general plan update. It was very well attended. The public was very engaged with the consultants and city staff, so that was a good start to the general plan update process. Also attended the Fire Safe Council Advisory Committee meeting, separate from the Western Hills Fire Safe Council. And Megan McClure, Executive Director of the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District, released a notice of intent requesting proposals for hazardous tree removal, fire fuels reduction, and vegetation management projects in Mendocino County. And so that information is out there. I believe groups don't have to be governmental entities in order to respond and apply. I think some of the details for that are still being worked out, but she wanted to put out notice to begin alerting people that these funding opportunities are coming forward. Also attended the most recent meeting of North Coast Opportunities, attended Phil Dow's retirement. He, of course, had been the Executive Director of Mendocino Council of Governments for many years. And as stated previously, Supervisor Jurdy and I have been doing a lot of work with HHSA as part of the Housing Action Ad Hoc. And part of our intent is to move forward wherever it makes sense to do so with implementing the recommendations of the Marbit report, which were endorsed by this board, by the Fort Bragg City Council and the Ukiah City Council, And we expect to be bringing forward future recommendations to help implement the Marbit report recommendations.
Thank you. Supervisor Jurdy.
Sure. Since our last board meeting, we've had a number of meetings, the Retirement Board, Workforce Alliance in the North Bay. I've also followed up with the Friends of the Fort Bragg Library after we had the Library Advisory Board meet with us. I met with the 2 Fort Bragg area representatives in the Library Advisory Board and then the Friends of the Fort Bragg Library, and they have created a committee to work with me to kind of refine capital improvement projects for the Fort Bragg Library. As you know, the Friends of the Fort Bragg Library purchased a parcel immediately north of the Fort Bragg County Library in Fort Bragg, which is 100 feet by 150 feet, so it's a double city lot for a future expansion. They're embarking on a design for that space for an addition. So anyway, I'm following up, as I said I would at our board meeting, and I know that others will be following up with their local friends of the local library. As well as I know that some of the board members have been contacted by some of the senior centers regarding the MTA contract. We've had a number of meetings. I was on an ad hoc of MTA, a meeting with MCOG staff and MTA, and a board meeting with MTA with the senior centers. And I think at this point things are largely resolved. I don't think you'll be getting many phone calls at this point from the senior centers. There's going to be refinement of and better reporting of their passengers that they have, and I think as that comes in, it'll show that the senior centers are very cost effective in terms of the transportation subsidies that they get. Anyway, so that I think that will be settling down. You'll probably be getting fewer phone calls on that front. And also, let's see, coming up, we've got Sonoma Clean Power monthly meeting next Thursday, 8:45 in Santa Rosa, and at that meeting we'll be making a final adjustment of the rates for this year. And it's nice to be able to report that although PG&E's portion of the utility bill is going up, and although the California Utilities Commission is passing on a bigger fee to our customers, our Sonoma Clean Power customers who have exited PG&E, nevertheless our Sonoma Clean Power rates will still be 2% below PG&E's rates. And that is knowing that Sonoma Clean Power's power source has half the greenhouse gas emissions of PG&E's. So, you know, we're getting good value for our money as Sonoma Clean Power customers. And, well, I'll just leave it at that.
So Supervisor Jurdy, may I ask you a question? Sonoma Clean Power and other CCAs. So if you are currently a PG&E customer and you want to go to Sonoma Clean Power, so Sonoma Clean Power is going to have to pay a penalty, or does the person switching pay the penalty?
So that it's not labeled a penalty, it's an exit fee, but it's already built into Sonoma Clean Power's fees. So you don't pay a one-time fee, I don't believe. You would just be switched over as a Sonoma Clean Power customer for that portion of your bill that's theirs. And I'm saying in spite of that exit fee, your bill will be 2% lower than if you remained with PG&E for that portion of your bill. So the base bill is still PG&E because they're
the transmission
they're paying for the
rights.
transmission system, but the part of your bill that's consumption will still be 2% below PG&E's consumption portion of the bill, and that includes all fees.
Okay. So I've had a number of people ask me, especially in Potter Valley.
Oh, and one thing I do
switching.
Okay, and one other thing I wanted to mention is, as the board knows, this year the principal county's repaving is taking place in the 4th District outside of Fort Bragg area, and on last Thursday I had a chance to ride around with Deputy Director Kent Stanley, and we were looking at the technology used, and it really is he was very happy with the Fort Bragg road crew for having prepped the roads prior to the contractor coming in, and the work of the contractor. I suspect we'll be happy if this contractor puts in more bids in the future with the county because of the quality of the work that he was very happy with. On 4 of the roads, they brought in this very large machine and basically grinded up the roadbed and embedded it with concrete, and so it creates a very, very strong substructure for the double chip seal that goes over the top. And so they may have done this on other roads in the county, but it's the first time the county's done it on the coast and on these 4 roads, and he was very happy with the quality of the work that he's seeing so far.
New technology. Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's see, I went up to Covelo and visited the Covelo Machine and Trade Tools shop, and it's very impressive. And then I went to Factory Pipe in Ukiah, and it too was impressive. And I was talking to both the owners of those entities and talking about career and technical education and the need for training and getting people who are ready to work and get into, these good paying jobs. I met with Senator McGuire and County Superintendent of Schools, Michelle Hutchins, to talk about, possibilities in career and technical education. There are several programs, or quite a few programs going on in the county, but I think we were in agreement that there's a kind of a lack of coordination of efforts, and that there's needs to be a development of a common vision and greater communication between all of these people who are, or entities that are doing some sort of career and technical education, but not in a real cohesive, coordinated, collaborative process. So I look forward to continued conversations with those people and other people along those lines. See, I met with the Brook Trails and Little Lake Fire Departments and the Brook Trails General Manager regarding the emergency medical services and the need for creation of a LIMSA that would be really functioning and effective for what we're going through if we don't stay with Coastal Valley. And before we do any kind of tax increase, that was their feeling. Like Supervisor McCowan said, I attended a CAL FIRE presentation and saw that the work that they're doing on the Pine Mountain and in collaboration with the Pine Mountain Firewise Council. And Pine Mountain is just southeast of Willits. Very good work. They're doing a long stretch of shaded fuel break there. I attended the Sherwood Valley Pomo Health Fair and also the Round Valley Indian Health Fair just Friday. Supervisor Brown and I attended the 100th anniversary of Waldorf education at the Waldorf School in Calpella. I attended a Workforce Alliance meeting of the North Bay. And then I also attended the September 20th strike for action on climate change that was in front of the courthouse, but in various locations throughout the county, and very impressed to see so many people taking this seriously. And then we had the General Government Standing Committee, and we worked on our legislative platform. Let's see, Supervisor Brown and I attended the RCRC up in El Dorado County, and I was very impressed by this Rob Corley, who was editor of the Spokane Spokesman. He was a great presenter, and he was talking about how a newspaper could survive in this time of economic domination by just a few media conglomerates. And his message was, and I think that we can take it to heart in Mendocino County, is for lots of what we do, is to be unique, to focus on local community, engage people, form relationships, and be positive while dealing with real issues. And that's what I took from that presentation. Supervisor Brown might have other ideas too, but I thought it was very well done, and how a small entity like this newspaper can survive in this time of USA Today and the media conglomerates. So there was another presentation on 13 ways to kill your community, and a takeaway from that was the emphasis on why our community is unique, and to stress that and work on that. Mendocino County is certainly unique, and we must maintain that character as we move forward. There was also a forestry workshop and different strategies for vegetation management and fuel reduction. I spoke with the USDA representative from Santa Rosa, and he's actually going to come out to the Round Valley area MAC in one of our future meetings. And speaking of that, we're having our first meeting tomorrow evening, like I said earlier. So I look forward to that. Okay, thank you.
And I would just like to add, when you're talking about technical education, I think it's been at least 2 decades ago, we did a county-wide committee between colleges, Mendocino County Office of Education, also the different school districts, as well as representatives from each one of our industries, and to talk about all that education for our youth, and within the high school and outside, going forward college, and maybe adults that had to redirect their skills. And we found that many of these educational classrooms were being repeated. So they were smaller, like for instance, adult ed did auto. Some of the high schools were doing auto. And welding, everybody was doing welding, and they even had a class at the college. And so basically, each one really looked at their own programs, and then they talked with the others as to how they could grow their program, and by being the only one within a specific area. And so it was very interesting results, I guess you would say, at the end. But that's just an idea, and if they want to do it again, it really is about time. So I appreciated hearing about that.
Well, thank you, and I think you hit it right on the nose of what we're talking about now, is that there are different entities doing programs, but they're only getting them to a certain level and not getting them to the credentialing or certificate program, level.
Exactly.
And that's kind of what we're looking at too.
Yeah, that's great. It's really good news. Thank you. Okay, as chair, I wanted to tell you I received a letter. I didn't get to get them posted on today's agenda under communications. This one is NOAA's National Marine Fisheries Service recently published a proposed rule to revise the designation of critical habitat for southern resident killer whales under the Endangered Species Act. You are being notified because of these whales occur in marine waters adjacent to your county, and we would like to invite comments from you on the proposed rule. So I wanted to make sure that each one of you heard about this. December 18th, I think they have to receive any comments on the proposed rules or any supporting reports by December 18th. But I am going to give it to the clerk so it can be run off and on our October 22nd agenda be put under communications received. Also, I received a response as chair just recently from PG&E, and they're saying, I don't know if all of you received a copy of this. It says Carrie Brown Chair, but it says Dear Supervisors, and it includes our 5 names. But thank you for your letter regarding PG&E's Community Wildlife Safety Program, which implements additional precautionary measures following the 2017 and 2018 wildfires to further reduce wildfire threats and help keep customers and communities safe. They say, I hope the information below helps to address the questions outlined in your letter. So I just wanted to make sure you want a copy of that. Clerk will have it, but I also believe that the public deserves copies, so it will be posted on the October 22nd communications received. I also, with Supervisor Williams, we went through a conference call yesterday in going and visiting with the safety officer of the California Public Utilities Commission on phase 2 of the power shutoffs, public safety power shutoffs. And there is a group of us that will be going down to San Francisco on Thursday, but last night I found out I cannot go. I know Supervisor Williams is planning to go with our county council, so I'm just putting that out there for any other supervisor that would like to go down and meet with CPUC on this phase 2. It is in San Francisco. You're going to have to leave early. Oh, you don't need that, do you? Going to have to leave rather early. I'll stop my chair reports, and I'm looking at Supervisor Williams. I do have some more reports here to give. Sir?
I haven't read the PG&E letter, but I'm curious whether the chair found it to be responsive to our comments.
Yeah, I actually kind of just glanced at it, but I did have county council make you a copy.
Thanks.
So we can all know what they have said back to us before our meeting Thursday in San Francisco. But yeah, I haven't had time to concentrate on it, but thank you. Supervisor McCowan did attend the opening of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board meeting and spoke on behalf of the board. As your representative, of course, I am there. Some of the things that did occur after were mainly reports, good reports from Redwood Quality Management Services, giving us a whole look at the last month of services they have provided. And also something very wonderful that was done by that committee, and all the finalized sheets were passed out. But this is detailing what mental health services are available, like on the South Coast. It's designated in areas of the county. And with these handouts, people can go and look. They need help. They can make these phone calls. So they're really, really great. So you're going to find them in your clinics, your family resource centers, and any place that they can be distributed. But the members of the committee, there was an ad hoc that did the sheets showing all the services and where those services occur in all the areas of the county. I think were very, very well done, and it did take a lot of work. Supervisor?
Could we perhaps get those posted on the website so that when people ask, we can refer a link?
I think they are going to be posted on HHSA site when you go to those services, and it'll also be used through their call-in, and it's just a nice thing to have at the doctor's office. It's also something very helpful, I think, to hand to someone that may have been in our county jail due to mental health issues, and when they're being released, to keep them on services and to connect them. So I think that's a real positive. Supervisor Williams and I attended the Upper Russian River Water Managers meeting that was held in Cloverdale. That includes all of the Upper Russian River agencies that depend on that water, plus industry like agriculture. And then there are others. Northern Marin has been there as well. Cities within Sonoma County, and of course our city of Ukiah. It was a good meeting. I think we learned something new each time. And we continue to work together. And this is it's never happened before in the history of our counties until the critical drought. And that's when we all came together and worked together with the entire Russian system, actually, to do the conservation measures and check in with each other and make sure the water supply could take care of all our needs. As Supervisor McCowan already talked about, we both attended the Community Foundation Housing Action Team, and NCO is running it. It had a lot of good information, and appreciated that I finally found a time I could attend because it was very interesting, very informative. Supervisor Haschek, as he talked about, the Waldorf School, their 100-year celebration. We both went. Attended the Lower Deerwood Fire Safe Council meeting. Under Sheriff Matt Kendall was there. They have had themes throughout the summer, And the first meeting was get set, the next one was get ready, and this last one was go. So each of the themes they went over with wonderful information. In fact, they had the Sherwood, they call them the rock star of the county. The Sherwood Fire Council was at the last meeting and presented, and they're doing great. So also, I held a meeting, and staff, Steve Dunnicliff and Nash Gonzalez, were in attendance with me and helped me put this together. But it was to meet with CAL FIRE, Bureau of Land Management, Ukiah Valley Fire Authority, and U.S. Army Corps at Lake Mendocino to talk about the work being done in the west, not the Western Hills.
Eastern.
The Western Hills have been helped, and so is Pine Mountain. And now they are in the Eastern Hills and doing the shaded fire breaks. They have started some of that work, but BLM has also received funding, and actually their staff person was very excited about it, and then he all of a sudden got transferred. But what we're trying to do is not duplicate what's going on, but to help each other so we do have a good fire break in the eastern hills of Ukiah Valley. Supervisor Hascheck talked about our RC annual meeting in El Dorado County, and actually all of the workshops that day, that first day, were absolutely very informative, very interesting, and I think very helpful, and thank you for talking about that one. USDA Rural Development had a big table there, helping everyone. The current state director, Kim Van, is a very good friend, former supervisor, Colusa County. So we do have a whole packet of information, and we're hoping to invite her to come to the county here real soon and hold a roundtable discussion and make it news for the entire county, so all agencies can come and know what USDA rural development funding can provide for them. And I think that's really important, especially with our many fire departments or that need water tanks or ponds, and a lot of our separate water districts. But they have, I mean, their funding is unbelievable. That's how we got the new bookmobile. And that matched with Carl Moyer funds to pay our match funding. So it's a wide variety of opportunities for our entire county. Potter Valley Youth and Community Center, I attended their fundraiser, and this was to raise money for their after-school program, Family Resource Center, and also preschool enrichment program. It was great, lots of kids. I just love family events. It's fun to go and watch I call them young mom and dads, and all the kids running around and remember when I used to do it back in the day. But it was a great community event just this last Saturday. And we did talk about the California Public Utilities Commission. I think that's about it, except the fact that I want to report on the Board of Directors meeting for the Rural Counties Association. Members' concerns included around kind of roundtable discussion on UC cooperative extension and their cut in funding. They've been cut every year now. And this year, it looks very bad of what kind of services that they're going to be able to provide to the counties and their farm advisors program. So I want to learn more about that, and hopefully the Rural Counties Association can help out with that need for funding. And they did have lots of updates and reports about everything that's going on to do with forest management and wildfire update. They talked about the CPUC wildfire proceedings, and they gave an update talking about the phase 2, which this is why we're going to San Francisco. And I think, well, they had someone I dearly like. Fiona Ma was one of our speakers, and she is the state treasurer. And I think we all know her originally as a San Francisco supervisor. Then she went on to a assembly, and then she was with the State Board of Equalization, and now she's our state treasurer. Good lady, and it was a nice speech she gave, presentation. Okay, anything else? Yes, ma'am.
So, if there's no more supervisors' reports, this is my last meeting, so would like to say thank you.
Thank you. And thank you very much for bringing that up. I was thinking it was the next one, but it's not. You'll be missed.
You are left in good hands.
I know we are. You've got a great office full of really good staff. Appreciate it. And we wish you and your husband, you're making me get teary-eyed, the best always in your future.
And I think we all appreciate what you've done to rebuild that office.
Yes. Supervisor McCowan?
Well, thank you. I concur with all the comments. And you have advised Christian that one of his primary duties is to keep us from wandering too far afield.
He was probably
Absolutely.
listening today.
And he can listen to today's meeting as an example.
Well, we've had several meetings like that in the last 6 months. Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, I'd just like to say thank you, County Council Kit, for bringing me along and helping me in this past 9 months. And I've had the pleasure of working with Kit's husband, George, for many years in the Willits Unified School District, and I appreciate both of them very much.
So, what we're saying is we know you're leaving the position here, but you're also leaving the community. There's lots of things that you and George have done countywide and to make this a better place to live and been a part of the solution. So you be missed by a whole county full of people. Thanks. Yeah.
We will be missing everyone.
I'm sure, yeah. But like I told you, if there's snow on 50 or snow on 80, we all know where you're living, and we may be knocking at your door even if it's 1 a.m. in the morning. Okay, everyone, we're going to adjourn the meeting at 2:50.